tonight is going to be a great night. So I want to, if you guys need to tickets, if you want some of your family members to show up, please get a hold of Lydia before noon today. All right. So, hey, I've had some questions concerning the new unified rules of mixed martial arts and when are we going to implement them? And I was speaking to the board and everything, and basically at Mohegan, we implemented them yesterday when the vote was taken. So if you can do that in your jurisdiction, please do. If you need to go through legislation, we understand. I think we do have to allow some of the fighters to get used to the new rules. So, we're not going to put a mandate on when this is going to go into effect, but, it is a new they are new unified rules, and if you have any questions, you can contact one of the board of directors on it. And if you need any assistance in working with your state or tribal commission to get it done, don't hesitate to give us a holler on it. But I think it was a great day for MMA yesterday. So, hey, right now, yes. Yes, probably within give me a couple weeks. But yes, you will. They will be on the website. Actually, Robert Hines in the back. Rob, you want to come address that? Can you take care of that?
What I'm going to do is I'll put all the new verbiage, everything that's removed, everything that's put in. I'm going to put it in the unified rules just like it was always listed as the list of fouls. I'll put that together. Can everybody hear me? I'll put the list together of the unified rules the way they are now within this week. I'll send them to Mike. Mike could get them put up on the website as quickly as you can get that up.
Absolutely.
So I'll have that done within the week for everybody, along with the judging criteria and the verbiage for that as well.
They go into effect whenever you can make them go into effect. Let's talk about that.
I mean, I can make them go into effect today, but some states can't.
We just right.
Okay, and look, probably every state in here has some provision about health and safety. We all know that IPOC rules for health and safety. Gosh, I think we ought to give states. We got to train our refs a little bit. Like we did it here in this room, but I think there's some training that's involved. We need to do it expediently, but I think we need to do it correctly.
Right.
90, 120 days?
What's the body? Yeah, my opinion was you can do it when you think it's necessary. Maybe we should have a maximum amount of time before.
Fine.
Why don't we say 120 days for it to go into effect? And if you have issues, you can't do that. Just notify.
Perhaps you could go faster.
Right.
If you guys are okay and they're trained, but we all have. Not all. Some of us have regs that we'll need to change. The promulgation process in California is 1 year. Luckily, I don't have to run through it because I can use unified rules on this type of stuff. But, some states, I just want to make sure this is a big step for mixed martial arts. And we want to make sure that we're given the appropriate time to train the referees and the officials in these new criteria.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Frank.
But I think like in our state, it has to go in front of the commission.
Yeah.
The commission would have to approve it. Our commissioners. It would have to go in our state, and maybe a lot of other states would have to go in front of the commission. I just couldn't go back and say, okay, we're starting new rules.
No, totally understandable. There's totally. We give you 3 months, give you 5 months. What are you thinking? What's the body need?
I think 120 days.
120 days.
Yeah.
Yes, Bill. First of the year. What are we thinking? It's 6 months? No. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we say 120 days? And if anyone is having major issues with getting it done, just send the board of directors an email, and we'll duly note it and assist you in any way we can. Let's just move forward from there.
I think, obviously, we're looking a little splintered in the media with New Jersey, obviously being against it. Maybe some other states will come out against it. Maybe if we had a rollout of no one is going to implement them for 3 months. That way we all look like we are unified, because in a month, if you're implementing them, I can't get them passed in Kansas. There's a Bellator at the Mohegan. The next week there's a Bellator in Kansas. They were implemented there. I can't get them through my rules and regs, can't get them through whatever, for whatever reason.
Right.
It's just going to look like we don't know what we're doing. So maybe a 30-day minimum. A 3-month minimum, not a maximum. So no one will implement them for 3 months, to give everyone a chance to go back and reassess their rules and to see how that goes. Just a thought.
I think the biggest problem is it has to go in front of the commission, like in our state. So it has to do what commission meeting is. You know, when we have our next commission meeting, which we have one in August, but that's going to have to be the next one, which would be like 3 months down the road, 4 months down the road.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what are we talking here? Let's
3-month minimum, 6-month maximum.
Okay. Does that make sense? Why don't we just does that make sense? January 1 for everybody. So it'll allow you to go to your legislature if you have to, and allow you to. So that's when it will be. That's when the rules will begin to have. Actually, that also give you 6 months for the fighters to train in the new rules and regulations, right? Yeah, that's true. We're in August already. What the hell am I doing here? Oh, okay. As long as it's you. So, okay, let's. Does anyone disagree with the rules, the new unified rules beginning January 1? Okay. All in favor? All right. So as of today, the unified rules will be in effect for mixed martial arts January 1. And again, if there's commissions out there that need assistance in implementing them, don't hesitate to call the board of directors and and the committee if you need some. We have all the literature on it, as well as we have Western MMA in the back that actually has been recording the whole conference. So if you need that for any assistance, don't hesitate to give us a holler. Okay, we're going to move on. Actually, I would first like to introduce Todd O'Neill from Kentucky, who would like to discuss something. Since it is the Muhammad Ali year, he would like to maybe address the body on behalf of Muhammad Ali. Right over there, bro. Did Cowboy get that?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Todd Neal, and I'm from Kentucky, home of the fast horses, bourbon, and bourbon can only be made in Kentucky, really, legally, and, of course, Muhammad Ali. And, when we lost Ali this year, we lost a legend, a man that he'll never be surpassed for how great he was. But you know what? He didn't want to be remembered as a boxer. If you ever come to Louisville, the Muhammad Ali Center has very little about his boxing career. It's all about unity and cooperation and working together, not as a group of Islam or Christians or Jews. It's a matter of working together for the common good of man collectively. And yes, after yesterday, guess what? We're all from different states. We have different backgrounds. We have different agendas. We have different rules. But at the end of the day, when we meet here at the ABC, we are a collective group. And I've been coming here since 1992, on and off. I was out for a little bit. But the ABC collectively as a group has always been strong, and we have our disagreements. God knows that. We've had them for years. Had them 20 years ago. They're still going on. But at the end of the day, we all come back together. And I think that's what's important about the ABC. In numbers, there's strength. And I think we all still need to stick together at ABC and become even stronger now in light of a lot of things that are happening. Especially we've got different sports we're regulating, new stuff coming up. It's all a learning curve. But one thing about, Ali, everybody knows, float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Sting like a bee when it comes to regulation, stand up for what you got, but float with a butterfly and treat your promoters, your fighters, your trainers with not necessarily gentleness, but cooperate. As regulators, nobody in this room is selling one thing. We do not have a product. None of us. But we do have customer service. And we can bring those together under our umbrellas in each individual of our states. So I just want to say thank you all this year for making this in memory of Muhammad, and Godspeed and everybody going home. Thank y'all.
You know, over the years, you know, MMA and boxing has changed drastically, and I appreciate, and the board of directors appreciates that we're changing with it. And I think today one of the hot topics in the industry is the drug testing and the use of steroids and everything. And so what we did was Nancy from Illinois was very nice and set up USADA to come in and explain what they do and why they do it. And and then Jeff Nowitzki from UFC as well is going to speak first about it. But I think this is a very hot topic. As you guys all know, you know, people are popping left and right for this stuff. And then the Olympics. You pick up the paper, everything in the Olympics is about steroid testing. I didn't read one thing other than that Michael Phelps is going to hold the flag on Friday night. I mean, other than that, it's all about Russia and all this shit that's going on in a negative light when it comes to the Olympics. So I want to first introduce Jeff Nowitzki from UFC to discuss what his policies are and how he tests fighters. Jeff? Do you need the clicker? You got it?
She's going to run it.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. I think it's been about the last 6 months that I've read it. The agenda for my topic of conversation today was decoding PED use through social media. And so for those of you that were here to hear me speak on that topic, I hate to disappoint you because I have no idea what the hell that means. None. In fact, if you go in social media, internet message boards, Twitter, people are very open about their PED use. And I've even heard recently that distributors or dealers of steroids and PEDs will go into these social media accounts to find customers. So that's kind of my spiel. If you've been looking forward to that the last several months, that's really all there is in PED use in social media. What I am here to talk about is my role with the UFC as the Vice President of Athlete Health and Performance. That entails primarily our anti-doping program, which has been up and running for about the last year. We've also done a lot recently with weight management issues and guidelines that we've given our fighters so that their weight management is healthier and safer. And then lastly, I'll talk a little bit about our Athlete Health and Performance Center, which is currently under construction and is going to benefit not only UFC fighters, but all combat athletes through research and publication of that research through reputable, peer-reviewed scientific journals. I'll start with a little bit about my background, which hopefully qualifies me to be in this position and then talk knowledgeably about performance-enhancing drugs. I was a special agent in the United States for the last 22 years before coming with the UFC last April. Started off with the IRS criminal investigation and ended up with the Food and Drug Administration. Back in 2002, I ran across an investigation called Balco Laboratories, and it ultimately ended up involving several dozen of some of the most high-profile athletes in the world, really, that were getting performance-enhancing drugs through Balco. Barry Bonds, Tim Montgomery, the world's fastest man at one point, Marion Jones, kind of the sweetheart of the 2000 Australian Olympics, and others. We actually indicted several individuals surrounding Balco early 2004, and several months later, George W. Bush, in a State of the Union presidential address, said this.
To help children make right choices, they need good examples. Athletics play such an important role in our society, but unfortunately, some in professional sports are not setting much of an example. The use of performance-enhancing drugs like steroids in baseball, football, and other sports is dangerous, and it sends the wrong message that there are shortcuts to accomplishment and that performance is more important than character. So tonight I call on team owners, union representatives, coaches, and players to take the lead, to send the right signal, to get tough, and to get rid of steroids now.
So during this period of time, Balco, my investigation, had hit the media widely. Sports media loved it. It was all over the place. My name was associated with this. The President of the United States gets up in the State of the Union address saying, hey, we need to get rid of these things. So literally the last 12, 13 years of my career, the phone never stopped ringing with agents not only here in the US, but worldwide, calling me about a tip or an investigation they were starting because I was the name out there associated with having done one. So that led to further investigations over my career, a clubhouse attendant with the New York Mets, Roger Clemens. I worked very closely with former Senator George Mitchell and the Major League Baseball's Mitchell Report. And then lastly, the U.S. Postal Cycling Team and Lance Armstrong. That was my investigation that I initiated. So learned a whole lot about performance-enhancing drugs over the last 12 or 13 years of my career. Probably have interviewed, in my estimation, more professional athletes that use PEDs than anyone probably. And not because I had anything special, but it was just a matter of having multiple cases and basically compelling these athletes to tell the truth. When I went and talked to them, it was under an official capacity, and if they didn't tell the truth, they were subject to prosecution. And we, in fact, did prosecute some athletes, Barry Bonds being one of them, for not being truthful. So typically when I came in the room, they knew, they had to tell the truth. And so I was able to get a lot of real honest, frank conversations with them. I always took the opportunity at the end of the interviews with these athletes to say, hey, why did you do it? What led you down this path? And 99% of the time it came down to one word, and that word was trust. And they said, look, I didn't trust my teammates weren't using, I didn't trust my opponents weren't using, and I certainly didn't trust my sports governing bodies or sports organization cared about the use because of the lack of a program or loopholes in the program. So when I came to UFC last April, that word was at the forefront of my mind. We needed to create a program for our anti-doping program that our athletes would trust. Next slide, I think. Let's go back. So this is actually the first couple lines of our anti-doping program. Central part of our expanded efforts to protect the health and safety of our athletes and also protect their right to compete on a level playing field. Our goal is for this program to be the best anti-doping program in all in professional sports. And now having been in it and having it implemented for a year, we have that. And I don't say that based on opinion, I say that based on 12 years of experience of being exposed to different professional sports and their anti-doping program. So why is that? Why do we have the best in sport? Next slide. This is probably the primary reason. The UFC does not administer or run our own program. So unlike the NFL, unlike Major League Baseball, unlike FIFA, you don't have the fox guarding the hen house. We're not determining who's being tested. We're not determining when they're being tested. We're not determining how many times they're being tested. We have no role in the results management to determine what the sanctions are against our athletes. This is being handled 100% by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, somebody that I've had 12 or 13 years experience with working through these previous cases. And they're known, worldwide as the most credible, reputable anti-doping agency in the world. Next slide, please. Very important for us that we contracted USADA to do this. We have over 500 athletes spread out amongst 37 countries throughout the world. A monumental task when you talk about a true year-round program, which we have. Our athletes are subject to testing any day of the year, any hour of the day. And that's quite an undertaking. Luckily, USADA has partners throughout the world so they can reach down to Brazil and test a Brazilian athlete at his home at 10 p.m. They can reach out to Russia and test a Russian UFC athlete at 6 in the morning. I don't know how we could have pulled this program off without the experience that USADA brings to the table for us. Next slide, please. Again, 365-day year of testing. This is super important for me to be able to say we have the best program in professional sports. When you look at these other leagues, the MLB, NFL, it's not truly 365 days a year. They may say it is, but in talking with these athletes, there's some level of predictability of when that test is coming. The example that I give all the time, not only 365 days a year, but the time of the day. The cycling investigation I was involved in, Armstrong and the U.S. Postal Team. During the Tour de France, these cyclists were able to manipulate an 8-hour window at night. So 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning, previously, they knew they wouldn't be tested. And maybe at the time, rightly so, these guys were riding up sides of mountains for 5 or 6 hours a day for 23 straight days. They said, we need to let these guys sleep. Well, they figured out that 8-hour window, a test wouldn't be coming, so they were able to test themselves in the off season, figure out what drugs they could do in what amounts, say at 10:01 p.m., that would be cleared from their system. Earliest they'd be able to test it at 6:01 a.m. in the morning, yet still retain the benefits. So that's a perfect example of why it's so imperative under a solid program that an athlete never know day of the week, time of the day, when that test is coming. To do this, we require our athletes to fill out what's called whereabouts. So our athletes must let USADA know where they are all 365 days a year. And that was a big challenge last year to tell the 500 plus athletes throughout the world that, hey, you need to let somebody know where you are. We actually, myself and some of the USADA people that implement our program do this as well. So just so we could get up and talk to our athletes and say, look, it's really not that big of a task once you get into it. I fill out my whereabouts as well. They actually have mobile applications on their phones so that if there's an update to their whereabouts, it's about a 30-second update where they can let USADA know, hey, I'm not going to be in New York, I'm actually going to be down in Brazil, so they can be located and tested. Next slide, please. There are penalties if they do not fill out their whereabouts accurately or it's incomplete. Again, this is super important. Somebody that wanted to go on a drug-taking vacation for a couple weeks, could potentially fail to file whereabouts or do it inaccurately, so there would be penalties up to a 2-year sanction if they don't file their whereabouts accurately. Next slide, please. Sanctions. A super important thing in any solid anti-doping program is the sanctions. Again, going back to those conversations I had with athletes, they would talk to me about the risk-reward calculation. I'm telling you, every professional athlete, it's going through their head currently. There is 100%, no doubt about it, a reward to these drugs, especially for a combat athlete. These drugs make you bigger, faster, stronger, give you more endurance, would make an already great athlete even greater. Combine that with the financial incentive out there, that reward factor is always going to be on professional athletes' minds. So what you have to do is set that risk so that it outweighs the reward. And we have that on our program. A first-time offense for a UFC fighter caught under this has the potential to be a 4-year sanction. If there's aggravating circumstances. And when we go out and we educate our fighters across the world, and I start talking about a 4-year suspension in the UFC, I ask for a show of hands, who thinks they can rebound from being on the shelf for 4 years? There's very few, if any, fighters that can rebound from a 4-year sanction. And that's, again, done on purpose, to have that risk always outweigh the reward. Next slide, please. Another thing that makes this program strong is our athlete biological passport, which USADA keeps. So this takes the emphasis off any one drug test for any one particular drug. They are keeping track over time of certain markers in our athletes' urine and blood, so that even if a drug is not detected, either because it's cleared their system quick enough or it's a designer type drug where they haven't developed a test for, generally it will have an effect on their urine and blood markers, which will stay around for a long time. So as on the left side of the screen, you see wild variances on the top of the bottom of that athlete's biological passport. That, potentially in worst case scenario could be a positive test for an athlete. In other scenarios, it may cause USADA to focus more testing on those athletes which are showing these wide variances. Next slide, please. Dietary supplements. This is one that concerns me and scares me quite a bit for our athletes under such a comprehensive program. If you don't know this, the dietary supplement industry, not only here in the United States but worldwide, is a dangerous industry for an athlete under a comprehensive anti-doping program. My most recent career was with the Food and Drug Administration here in the U.S., which oversees the dietary supplement industry. Man, I saw hundreds of cases with supplements that were either contaminated with prohibited substances that didn't appear on the label. In worst case scenarios, some of these manufacturers spike their products with a steroid so that it works, so more people want to buy it and it won't appear on the label. In our education of our athletes, that's probably the #1 topic of conversation about how careful they have to be with their use of dietary supplements. Next slide. So we provide them, with tools. This is actually a website that USADA keeps. It's publicly available. You guys can all go get on it. And it's a high-risk list. I think it includes over 200 supplements right now that have prohibited substances in them. You see the fourth column in, anabolic agents, stimulants. These are supplements that anyone with a credit card can go online and buy. Not on the label in most cases. These harmful, compounds, not to mention prohibited in sport. So education is a huge tool that we can use to prevent this from happening to our athletes, and we pound this message in constantly and give them resources so that this doesn't happen. Hey, look, our program is in place to catch intentional cheaters, but the scary thing is someone who unintentionally can be taking supplements can get caught up and sanctioned under this program. No excuse though. I mean, our athletes are strictly liable for what's put into their body. Again, that's a message we've been hammering in for a year now, and they're given tools to make sure they can make smart decisions in their supplement use. Next, please. Brings us to our next topic, our weight management policy. This was something last December. Andy Foster in California had a great summit on weight management issues. Next slide, please. This is a little bit about what we implemented. We announced this several months back, but we now highly encourage and expect our athletes, when they show up the week of their fight, which is generally a Tuesday before a Saturday fight, to show up within 8% or under of their goal weight on Friday. This was not a number we pulled out of the air. We've talked to world-renowned experts in hydration, sports nutrition, who said based on the circumstances of checking in on that Tuesday, typically they're off a long plane ride, still eating a lot, have overly hydrated, drinking probably more water than they usually would. Factoring that in, you're talking the end of the week, maybe a 3 to 4% water loss weight to make weight. According to experts, what they've told us, that's a safe and healthy way to do things. So we are highly encouraging our athletes to do this. We actually now offer our athletes, as they check in, to monitor their vitals throughout the week. So a lot of that's an educational tool. Hey, if you're losing a bunch of weight the last week, look what's happening to your blood pressure throughout the week. Look what's happening to your resting heart rate. Look what's happening to your temperature. And they take that away from the fight week, hopefully go back home and say, yeah, those are some things that I saw, measurable things that I don't like. I need to change the way I manage my weight coming into a fight. As soon as our fighters step off the table now, we now have what's called our hydration table. And again, we've consulted with experts and said, what would be the optimal things to eat and drink after that weigh-in 24 to 36 hours leading up to that fight. So they have these at their fingertips as soon as they walk off the scale. Many of our athletes now have employed nutritionists that basically give them these tools, but we want every single athlete to have access to that, and so we now do that. We've also been working with several athletic commissions for permission to provide optimal food and beverages the night of the fight. And this was a long-standing rule that within the locker room, typically the only thing allowed by most of you was sealed water. We talked to, again, experts saying, hey, what other sport do you have where you're not allowed to at least eat or drink a little bit something more than that leading up to a competition? So what we've done now in several states is provide clear plastic bags that inspectors have gone in and taken a look at first. Nothing fancy. I mean, we're not talking Thanksgiving, turkey dinners. We're talking some carbohydrate beverages, fresh fruit, some protein bars, things like that. And you wouldn't believe, for such a simple gesture, how appreciative the athletes are. They said this was awesome, that they would often get very hungry in those hours leading up to the fight, and would have loved to eat a pretzel or a cracker. Those are the simple things that we're now providing, and excellent feedback. The athletes appreciate it tremendously. Morning weigh-ins. We started out in California several months ago. We've done several in Nevada. Again, you talk about universal, overwhelming approval by athletes. They love it. And I understand, and I've heard a little bit of the counter argument. Well, if you're doing things earlier in the morning, aren't you encouraging maybe even more severe weight cutting, more severe, putting on weight on the other side, and we haven't seen that. I think part of it is our guidelines where we're encouraging to show up within a reasonable amount of weight. Next slide, please. And here are some of those statistics that I put together. So this again is check-in weight the week of our fight, starting back in Las Vegas, and as you see, this is average for the card. All of them well below, well under 8%. Again, this is average. It doesn't mean that all 24 or 26 fighters on the card were under that, but on average, I'd say all but 4 or 5 per fight card have been well under 8%. So they're listening to this. So when you combine those two things, when you combine a moderate weight loss that last week with the early weigh-in, fantastic in terms of the health and safety of the fighters, in my opinion. Those extra couple hours to rehydrate, to make sure they're eating optimal, nutrition, are, I think, invaluable come fight time the next night. And hey, it could be just coincidence, but since we've started doing these early weigh-ins in California, we have seen just some tremendous fight cards. And in the anecdotal information getting from the athletes, the next day, I always encourage them, hey, come up to me, Saturday night after your fight or Sunday morning. Let me know how you felt, how different you felt. And again, really universally, the stories I'm getting are, I felt tremendous. I felt I had energy, endurance. My legs were there. In the past, they weren't. So, to me, everything that I'm seeing, and we have a short sample size, I agree, but everything's been very positive with these early morning weigh-ins. That leads us, hold on one second, to our next slide. So we currently have under construction, you guys can drive by later today or this week, at the corner of 215 and Jones, our Athlete Health and Performance Center. So I'll show you a little bit of video of what it's about and then talk a little bit more about it.
Here we go, baby. How good is this? Get on.
UFC has transformed from spectacle to global iconic sports brand in a single generation. Now the world's fastest growing sport. UFC has emerged as a leader in sports performance through the launch of the UFC Athlete Health and Performance Center. Scheduled to open in 2017 in UFC's hometown of Las Vegas, the 30,000 square foot facility will serve as a beacon of athletic performance for mixed martial artists and other professional athletes alike. The Athlete Health and Performance Center will revolutionize the way athletes prepare for competition through innovation, unparalleled strength and conditioning programs, world-class injury prevention and rehabilitation services, and advanced nutrition and performance optimization. The Athlete Health and Performance Center will also bring the world's elite athletes together through cross-training programs, research, and education. The UFC Athlete Health and Performance Center. The future of athletic performance is here.
Slide. So I'm excited about our anti-doping program. I'm real excited about our weight management, guidelines. I'm maybe most excited about this. This benefits, in my opinion, not just UFC athletes, but the idea here is to benefit all combat sport athletes through use of the Performance Center to conduct research on fighters and to publish that research in scientific peer-reviewed journals. For instance, weight management. Our plan with this is to bring in fighters when they're not fighting, put them through some mini weight cuts, rehydrate them, renutrition them, and do measurable statistics on their performance. And not only use that just for UFC athletes, but again, publish this publicly so that any combat athlete can learn from this. Super excited about this. I think, in the years to come, this is going to change the game in terms of health and safety that we'll all be able to use to ensure both short and long-term health and safety of our fighters. Next slide. That's it. I appreciate the time this morning. Being a former, government employee, I understand where all of you commissions come from, that you all have each have your unique individual rules and regulations you must abide by. We really appreciate you working with us. I do throughout this last year. Look forward to doing so in the future. But I think the bottom line is we're all here for the same reason. We're all here to protect and ensure the short and long-term health and safety of our athletes. And so I look forward to doing that with you in the future. At this point, I'm going to bring up representatives from the United States Anti-Doping Agency, or USADA, who actually runs our anti-doping program. Thank you guys very much.
Morning, everyone. Well, as Jeff pointed out, we're representatives from the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, and really appreciate the ability and the opportunity to come out and address this, the ABC and the memberships here. We recognize fully that you guys have a tremendous burden of responsibility with regard to regulating sports and keeping athletes safe and healthy as they compete. And that we recognize too that extends well beyond anti-doping. So really appreciate the ability to come up here and talk with you about how we want to support your programs. We're going to introduce ourselves, and then Onye will go through our presentation. But I'm Andy Morrison. I'm the Director of Sport Testing and Resources at the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. This is actually my last week at USADA, so you probably won't see my face at the next ABC meeting, but it has been a privilege to be at 3 of these meetings, including this one. My current role at USADA is working with sports organizations, event organizers, sport groups outside of the Olympic movement, and putting together anti-doping programs for them. One of those sports is professional boxing, which you'll hear more about our involvement in that specifically in our presentation. But again, just want to thank everybody for welcoming us here, and I look forward to maybe talking through our position and answering your questions.
Yeah, and I'd just like to echo Andy's comments, and thanks for the opportunity to come and speak with everyone. My name is Gabe Beta. I'm the Director of UFC operations at USADA. I've been tasked with basically running our UFC anti-doping program. Worked very closely with the UFC, specifically Jeff, over the last year on rolling this program out and getting in front of as many athletes as we could to educate them on all the rules, processes, and procedures of this anti-doping program. And now that we're in a position where we're fully implemented and testing regularly, really maintaining our testing program and making sure that we continue to learn and grow within our testing program.
Thanks, Gabe and Andy. So my name is Onye Walker. I'm the Legal Affairs Director for USADA. Been in that role now for 4.5 years. It's gone by pretty quickly. So the first 3.5 years I was at USADA was exclusively on the Olympic side, or I should say 95% on the Olympic side. With the UFC coming on board last year, I'm now almost exclusively on the combat sports side, and so in shifting over into that position, had the opportunity to speak with many of you in person or on the phone, and as my colleagues said, just very pleased to have this opportunity to address the body this morning. So, I guess what I'll start with is pointing out that we're not here to sell anything. We're here to have a conversation with you all, in some cases continue a conversation that has been going on for several years. That certainly is the case with my friend Bob over there from here in Nevada, and Andy Foster from California, the folks from New York. We've been working with a lot of these organizations, or a lot of commissions, going back to 2010, 2011, but that number has increased quite a bit over the last several years. And we, as Andy said, we appreciate that the commissions rather, I think that there's that there's an area that we overlap quite a bit, and the commissions I know feel very strongly about protecting the health and safety of the athletes that they license to fight in their various jurisdictions. And from the commission's perspective, that's a very broad endeavor. You're looking at pre-fight medicals, post-fight medicals. You're looking to see what athletes have done with their fight history, weight management, hydration, which Andy Foster, I know has been pushing for very strongly, which the UFC has taken a great leadership role in as well. And of course, there's anti-doping. Now, what we do is much more narrow. We're just focused on that anti-doping, and because of that, because there is that level of overlap, we think that it's very important just to make sure that we are doing everything that we can for our clients, that we continue to have these conversations with you all so that we know exactly what it is that you all need from us, and so that we can figure out a way to get you the information that you need. And so I'll just briefly start with an overview of the programs that we have in combat sport, and then I'm sure there will be some questions, so wanted to leave some time for that as well, just to make sure that, again, we know what's important to this membership so that we can take the necessary steps to ensure that you all have the information that you need, and so that we're actually supporting you all and acting as partners with your programs, your respective programs. And so I'll start with the year-round testing programs that we conduct. So obviously USADA has been involved in anti-doping on the Olympic side since our inception back in 2000, so now going on 16 years. And in the last year with the UFC. And I think to label these just testing programs is a little bit narrow. These should be seen as comprehensive anti-doping programs in which, we're educating athletes, we're conducting research, we're collecting samples, we're sending those to the labs, we're communicating with the labs. When we get those results, we're exercising results management, which means we are contacting the athletes, their representatives, if there's a positive test, and we're actually adjudicating those matters as well. So those are so those are the programs where it's from start to finish, we're involved in it. But over the last several years, we've also had the opportunity to engage in what we refer to as, I guess, enhanced testing programs. And basically, when we put together a year-round program or one of these enhanced testing programs, there are a set of guidelines or criteria that we must follow. And those are unified rules amongst anti-doping organizations, which are accredited by, or not accredited, but that are signatories to the WADA code. And we don't need to necessarily go into that, but into the specifics of that, other than to say that these guidelines have been devised and updated over time to represent what the global anti-doping community considers to be just best practices, from the collection of samples through the analysis of samples, and then how you actually deal with samples when they're reported as positive. So we need to adhere to that. And what we communicate to our clients or potential clients is, well, we're happy to work with you, but there's a set, there's some guidelines that we need to follow that we cannot deviate from. And if they say that they're able to do that, then we're happy to conduct a program for them. So we're not playing any favorites. We're excited about being a part of or being able to assist organizations, commissions, international federations, whatever it might be, in carrying out their goals of protecting the health and safety of athletes. And so if someone comes to us and is serious about doing that, then we're serious about helping them. I'd say one of the most important guidelines or global standards is the WADA prohibited list. And so every program we conduct, this is the prohibited list that we're using. And I know that there are several commissions here today that have adopted the full WADA prohibited list, which is great, because when we go and conduct a program in that jurisdiction, it's very easy for the athletes to know exactly what they can and cannot do. And so that's something that we're always pushing for. And then on top of it, and this slide probably looks familiar, although without the animation, I don't know how to do that part of it, but Jeff threw this up before, and this just speaks to our ability to be able to conduct these programs by, we're not just testing in the United States. We're testing all around the world, because oftentimes the athletes that we've been asked to enroll in our testing programs are based outside of the United States. So Brazil, Argentina, China, all over Asia, Europe, pretty much every continent except for Antarctica. We have the capability to. We probably could do Antarctica. We haven't yet. But yeah, I mean, and this is a big deal. And the reason why we're able to tap into this is because we are, a signatory to the WADA Code. So we reach out to our other WADA Code partners in order to facilitate this drug testing, so we can get these athletes wherever they may be. So specifically to this audience, this just kind of touches on, we've collaborated with approaching 20 different athletic commissions on anti-doping programs. And so that's where we've gone into their jurisdiction where an event is being held, whether that's in professional boxing or the UFC. And we've conducted testing in that jurisdiction. And I can say that, it's been an evolving process. The way we were conducting tests, I would say back in 2012 when I first came on board, was a little bit haphazard. There was some lack of communication, I would say, or we weren't communicating as well as I would have liked with certain commissions. And I can tell you that through carrying out multiple programs in some of these states. I mean, Nevada, it seems we're here every month, just about. And California, we've been there numerous times, same with New York. And communicating with these commissions, we're able to conduct programs that we feel are, where we're not duplicating efforts with respect to collecting samples on fight night. Where the commissions oftentimes are used to doing that. If they're comfortable with us conducting that testing, we're happy to do so, and we're happy to share the results with them. And that's proven to be, it certainly, I think, makes things easier as far as process, but at the end of the day, it makes it easier for the athletes as well, which is what's important to us. And then outside of the United States, we've also collaborated on programs with commissions in Canada, Brazil. Cab MMA is here in the room, and they've been a fantastic partner just over the last year or so. Programs in Australia, Ireland, the United Kingdom, what is that, Japan, Philippines coming up. I'm not great at geography, but basically we go wherever we need to go in order to carry out these programs, and we're always willing to work with the commissions in whatever way we can to make sure that the information that we're generating through these programs can be provided to them in a useful manner. And so I think that's the last slide. And so that's just kind of a brief overview of our program in combat sport. And the one thing that I really want to stress is that we are here because we want to work collaboratively with the commissions. We generate a lot of information in the course of conducting these anti-doping programs. And so we welcome feedback from the commissions. Anytime there is a bout that is going to take place in a jurisdiction, what we'll do is we'll reach out as far in advance as possible. Usually that's around 6 to 8 weeks before that event's actually taking place. And I'm sure there's some folks here in the office or here in this ballroom who have been on the phone with me and had that conversation about, just want to introduce myself. I work for USADA. There's a boxing match or there's a UFC card that's going to be held in your jurisdiction. Here's how we conduct our anti-doping program. Interested to know how you all conduct yours, and what do you want us to do? How do you want to handle this when we get there? And I found every one of those conversations to be extremely helpful in just ensuring that there's no confusion at all when we show up and start to conduct that testing, and that things go very smoothly. And I would have to say that in the last year where those opportunities have come up more and more frequently with the UFC, that every one of those calls has gone very well. And I feel that all of the programs have gone very well. And so, so basically, that's my way of saying, let us know what you need, let us know how you want it, and we'll do what we can to get you that information. And so certainly understanding that we went through this pretty quickly, wanted to allow for some time for any questions that you all might have or any comments that you might have about how about what you are looking for from USADA and how we can get that information to you. Yes, sir.
I have one quick two-part question. Maybe the answer won't be so quick, but I think it probably will be. In the past, there have been issues with USADA, and I'm not talking about last year, I'm talking about in years past, with A, contracts which did not require transmission of results to local commissions, and B, untimely reporting to local commissions. Currently, do you have any contracts which don't require that you immediately report test positives to local commissions?
So, Mr. English, I just want to make sure I'm addressing your questions accurately. Is there a specific time frame that you're referring to, or a specific incident?
There's lots of instances. I've seen your old contracts.
Okay.
So, but they are old contracts. They're not current contracts. Some old contracts.
Well, I guess there's two. So you're saying
let's
the contracts.
That's
and then you're
saying,
saying,
and this is now.
And then you're saying untimely.
Let's just focus on where.
Yeah, but then you also said untimely reporting of results.
Yes, which I can explain. You'll understand it. I didn't want to get into technical. There are other, particularly outside the United States, where reports don't get disseminated until the B sample is tested. So that's why I referenced the A sample and timely reporting. There was an issue in the United States with USADA, and I looked it up for another reason 12 years ago, so it's not current, where there was an issue. So there's no point in rehashing something that happened 12 years ago.
Okay.
I'm interested in your policies and your contracts now.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure you weren't referring to any sort of situation where we didn't report information in a timely manner to a commission, because I would say that absolutely has not happened.
Oh, it did happen, but that was 12 years ago, as I said.
Okay.
Let it pass. That's then.
Okay. Well,
I can tell you why it happened, and it's not important for this meeting.
Well, we weren't doing testing 12 years ago.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm confused about it.
Eric Morales.
12 years ago?
Yeah.
Eric Morales?
2004.
We didn't do any boxing programs in 2004.
You did. Excuse me, you did. But I'm not going to argue with you. You can look it up. But it's not important. It's important what is going on now.
Wasn't that 2012?
I thought it was 2000. Maybe it was 2012.
Okay.
But,
well,
but the important thing is what's going on now.
I'll touch on them. So
maybe I got the date wrong. You're right.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I was just confused.
Okay.
All right. So contracts that do not require reporting to local commissions. Honestly, it's been a process. It's been a process. What we did when we started doing testing in professional boxing was we took our Olympic program.
I know.
And we told the athletes, all right, well, you agree to abide by the Olympic programs, by the Olympic standards. And that's not just with regard to sample collections. That also goes to how results are managed, how they're maintained. And so in the Olympic program, information is disseminated in a very, regimented manner. There's a certain order to it. And so in drafting those initial contracts, I could say that there probably wasn't a reference to a commission, because there's no references to commissions in the WADA international standards. But what I can say is that from the earliest days, I think that the information that's most important to a commission is if an athlete tests positive. That's
right.
That's what they want to know.
Well, of course.
Yeah, and so we have always provided that information to commissions. And
no, that's not what I asked. No, because I'm just trying to pin you down, and there's a reason for it.
Well,
you get a positive sample on an A test.
Okay.
How long before the local commission knows?
They'll know within 24 hours, and usually it's within a couple of hours.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
When that information comes in, and if something comes in after hours and we're not there to
that I
receive it.
understand completely.
Yeah.
I understand the process.
Yeah, and so and I believe that is addressed in our contracts, that information about positive tests will be provided to commissions, and that they could also be provided to more broadly than that to sanctioning organizations as well. Yeah. And then I would also just, I guess, push back on any allegation that we have not timely provided results to any commission in the past.
Push back on the New York Athletic Commission.
And we have addressed that and said that is false. And I'll say so. I'll say that again. We provided them with information in a timely manner. And I guess more broadly, if there are any concerns that USADA sits on results, I can just say right now that doesn't happen. And if you don't have to take my word for it, there are commissions here. No, I'm just saying there are commissions that we have worked with in the past who I think could also attest to that. Andy.
Onye, if I could just make a few comments, and I don't know if you're done with your presentation,
Yes.
but I thought I'd follow this up. People in the room, I want you to hear me. These people are here to help you. It's not costing you money. I swear I do not understand it. Let them come to your state, help them out, give them a room. They're part of the deal. And then use their results. If the guy's hot, they're going to let you know. This is to me, this is a no-brainer. I don't understand. I see these articles that come out, blah, blah. Look, this was years ago. This is now. And I'm glad you brought it up. This is the point I'm trying to make. These guys have advanced. They're with the program. They've worked in California many, many, many times. Hey, give me the results. I work with these guys. They're good to work, and they work with a bunch of your states. So, look, and I work with Dr. Goodman. So when you see Dr. Goodman with VADA, work with her too. Because you know what? It's free. Okay, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars last year on drug testing. But you know what? I'm saving money by having them guys come in. And I just think it's a good program. These guys will work with you. They're here to help you. They're here to educate you. They've offered to come to California. I've not took them up yet. Going to. They've offered to come to California and teach my inspectors about collection practices, this, that, and the other. I gave the specimen collection talk last year. You guys saw it. But these guys are like pros at it. So take him up. These guys are good guys. I mean, they're here to help you. I think this is probably one of the most comprehensive drug testing programs for a league in a sport. I mean, this is an impressive program. I've said enough. These guys are good guys. Meet them. They're coming to your state. Learn from them.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Andy's statement there, and part of what Onye said too is, we as a WADA code signatory, there are certain obligations that we need to adhere to as a code signatory, and that model doesn't fit for everybody. And so, as Andy said, when VADA comes in or there's other agencies that come in, it's my opinion, it's our opinion that some testing is better than none, and that anything that you can do to help athletes compete on a fair and clean, level playing field is better for the sport. And so we're, like Onye said, we're not here to kind of corner the market or monopolize this thing. Our genuine goal here is the safety and health of athletes to be able to compete on a fair and level playing field, and any enhancements that can be done to an anti-doping program to help that process is what we're going to stand behind and support. And we know that our program is not a one-size-fits-all. It really is bound by certain parameters that people need to agree to in order for us to even agree to accept that program. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, I think it might be beneficial for everybody if you were to explain the testing process and the typical time it takes to get, general time it takes to get the results as far as working days go. The fact that you really can't have a dark period so that they have a better understanding of when the results come in or before. That's all right. Can you hear me over there?
Sure.
You know, you're not gonna get the results in 2 or 3 days. Depends when your results get sent to the bag, that's being tested, and it's usually at least 10 working days. So you cannot not test a fighter 24, 48 hours at a competition. Then they're gonna get hit to the fact that you're not testing them. And they'll find a way to put something in their system to give you an edge. So you're gonna, just like the Olympics, end up having somebody win a contest, and then subsequent to the contest, they're gonna test positive for performance-enhancing drugs. And you don't know the time frames that something trying to help you be familiar with. And there is a process if you want to expedite the process through the water-certified lab. This is gonna cost you more money, but it can be done.
Yeah, no, thanks, Bob, and I'm happy to address that. So, as Bob had mentioned, turnaround time for lab results does take a number of days, and it depends on the type of analysis that's being performed. Backing up a little bit, Jeff's presentation was particularly informative with regard to examples in Olympic sport where athletes with even an 8-hour blackout period of testing were able to exploit that for a competitive advantage. And in that regard, a comprehensive year-round anti-doping program cannot have any blackout dates because we've seen and heard from experience that athletes can use those periods, even in with a few hours of blackout period, to exploit the anti-doping program, undermine it, and use performance-enhancing drugs to defraud their competitors and to win essentially by cheating means. So appreciating that and knowing that there can't be any blackout dates, I think one of our key goals is to give the athletes as much confidence as they can possibly have that they are stepping into the ring or into the octagon and they will be facing an opponent that is clean. Unfortunately, because there are no blackout dates and because the turnaround time of results takes a number of days, as Bob had said, 10 days, and then if you're adding special analysis on that, that can even increase that for a few days further. And that's reserved to negative results, as Onye said as well. We will come up close to events, as we do on the Olympic side with athletes going to Rio, and we're testing athletes this week going into Rio, or into a main event boxing match or a UFC fight card, and because of there is no blackout dates in the program, so that athletes cannot exploit any loopholes, there are going to be instances where results are reported one day before the fight, the day of the fight, one day after the fight, and anything kind of outside of those parameters as well. Because the other thing I will mention too is using a WADA accredited lab to maintain the integrity of the process, samples are analyzed anonymous to the identity of the athlete. And so we can request expedited analysis on those types of samples and things like that, but we're doing roughly 10,000 tests a year across all sports, including boxing and the UFC, but all of the Olympic sports, as well as motocross and the other clients that we work with. And we aren't the only client that the lab has. They have multiple other clients that also vie for results as fast as possible. Because the lab doesn't know who the athlete belongs to, the sample belongs to, they're able to analyze those samples with complete impartiality to the athlete's identity. And they then report those anonymous results back to USADA so that we can marry those test results with the test and then report those out to the respective parties that need to know that information. And so all that being said is that there's a process in place that does take time in order for the sample collection and analysis process, results management process, to have the utmost integrity for the main goal of safeguarding the health and safety of the fighters. No.
You ask for comment for improvement, I think that's helpful.
No, we appreciate that for sure, and particularly in this sport and where you guys are working as well. As you've probably heard over and over again, I've said it multiple times. This is a lot different than knocking a ball over a fence or running faster than somebody else. Our ideal goal would be that the athletes know that they're competing on a fair and level playing field, because in the reality of this game that you guys oversee, if that doesn't happen, somebody could die. And so part of our service in that regard will be to try and get you results as fast as possible and wherever possible in advance of competitions. Yes, sir.
Do you ever do the same day testing? In other words, just checking for certain drugs like we do, we just do like the same night if something shows up, then we take it to the lab. Do you ever do that?
No, I don't.
Urine test, stick it, something shows up, seal it, take it to the lab.
Yeah, no, we don't do that. It's when we're collecting a sample, it's required to be analyzed for the full scope of what's on the WADA prohibited list. Just wondering if anyone else has any questions. Yes, sir.
Do you have cooperation from other major promotions so that if somebody tests positive, they don't just say, okay, well, I'm at the UFC, I'll go fight for Bellator?
Yeah, so the rules is from our standpoint are, I mean, from a UFC program, we have jurisdiction over UFC fighters that are on our contract, obviously, with the UFC. If the UFC makes a decision to relieve them from their contract, they have the ability to go, fight for another promotion. But my understanding is that a lot of the commissions here that we're working with will likely recognize a suspension issued by USADA, which would likely prevent them from getting a license in another state.
No. They won't recognize a USADA suspension, but they'll close their own, which may be the same.
Sure.
Right. It's a great point. I mean, I would hope that not only the commissions but the public would put some pressure on an organization that would license a sanctioned fighter to compete. Yeah, Cristiano.
Even if the champion
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And, in working through that question with you before, and looking at other sports, it depends. I mean, different sports treat that exact situation differently. And so, it's not our place, I would say. It's not USADA's place to say, hey, here's how the commission has to act when a scenario like this comes up. Oh, you're good. Yeah, everyone's elevated. Yeah, and it's a different scenario. And so, I think it's up to the commissions to the various promotions to actually decide what works best for them when addressing those types of situations. And, we recognize that there might be commissions that look at that issue and arrive at different places, or promotions that look at that question and arrive at different places, and that's fine. I mean, that's not our expertise, is deciding. Do I have it? I think it's probably going to be specific to each organization, but along those lines, as you know, I'm happy to be involved in those conversations and provide the perspective of, well, if you look at other sports, here's how they deal with that, and provide my assistance in that way. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to those promotions to decide. But certainly happy to provide any sort of assistance that we can. Hey, Greg. Yeah, you know, and I think that's fantastic feedback. I'll I guess tackle the second or the last question first, which is, you know, whether we would be able to provide testing services to commissions. And I guess at this point, I'm not really prepared to say one way or the other whether that's something that we could do, but certainly are happy to have that conversation. And if we're not able to fill that role, then we're certainly happy to assist in consulting so that the commissions can find an organization that could do that and that would meet the commission's needs. Happy to do that. On the point of, you know, commissions being first with receiving information, and also commissions being the only ones to penalize. You know, again, we certainly appreciate the feedback on the timing of when this information is shared. We certainly have an obligation to our clients to make them aware of information, and they want to get that information as soon as possible. But so right now, we try to provide that information close in time to one another. But you know, certainly appreciate that comment, and we'll take it under we'll take it into consideration moving forward if we get the sense that that's what the commissions want. I don't think that that's something that would be too difficult to accomplish. And then the point that only commissioners or only commissions can penalize. I think we're certainly sensitive to the fact that commissions have a job. There are rules that they must follow with respect to governing the sport in their jurisdiction, and a violation. There might be limits on what kind of a sanction they can impose for an anti-doping rule violation. And we understand that what Pennsylvania might be able to do is different than what Nevada can do. Different than what's under the UFC policy. And it's something that we've given a lot of thought to, and basically the way that we operate right now is if we get a positive test, these athletes, because they have agreed to abide by the UFC anti-doping policy, or well, it's pretty much just in the UFC anti-doping policy, at least right now or recently, then it's very clear that we would say that we have jurisdiction over that with respect to their participation in the UFC. Now, that doesn't necessarily extend to everything else. But at the same time, if this is a positive test that's in connection with an event that's being held in a certain jurisdiction, then we'll share that information with that jurisdiction so that they can take appropriate steps under their rules to hold that athlete accountable. And we will be in contact with that jurisdiction so that they know, hey, here's what our rules say. Here's where we think that this case might fall out. Sometimes there's some overlap there. We've seen that in Nevada, where there was overlap with where we both had an athlete who tested positive at an event, I want to say on January 2nd, and our sanctions came out and they were almost identical. I mean, I think there was maybe a month off, and that was because we were communicating with them and saying, hey, here's where it falls on our scale. They said, hey, here's where it falls on ours, and we saw there was some common ground there. And so I don't think it's a situation where we could just say we're going to completely abdicate responsibility, but we certainly are not going to stand in the way of the commission taking the appropriate steps that they need to in order to hold that athlete accountable. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, just for everybody's information, as regulators, we don't regulate USADA. We regulate the promoter. So I have an excellent relationship with Jeff. So our agreement is when a fighter, Jeff Vitzky, from the UFC, when one of the fighters tests positive, that test goes to the UFC and it should come to me simultaneously. Then we have a standard operational procedure within our own department on how we
Yeah, and I believe our time is up, at least at the podium. But we'll be here. We'll be here for at least another few hours. So find us. We'll be walking around and happy to provide any assistance.
All right, guys, let's do this. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hit it hard again. I would like to get out of here by 2:30, so let's roll, all right? 10 minutes, and then back. I got 12:06, which I know that's not the time. What time do we have? 10:33. Out back here at 10:45. We also have, the ABC is here to look out for the best interest of the fighters, as you guys all know, and to make sure we protect them to the best of our abilities. So we have a couple fighters from mixed martial arts that would like to address the crowd. And I would never turn down a fighter that wants to address the crowd, especially when we help regulate them to make sure that the fights are safe and are fair. But that's going to happen right before lunch. So, but next up, I got to tell you, next up is a guy that I was introduced to back in 1997 when I was, 28? And he was, or he still is and was working with Top Rank back then. And I was actually the P-boy for the Mohegan Tribe back then, and I'm not proud of that. But he came out and did one of the first shows at Mohegan. And I think it was, if I recall correctly, it was Tony. Was it Tony? I think it was Tony. And since then, he's been working with Top Rank as, I guess, the chief matchmaker and do-it-all man. And I'd like to introduce Bruce Trampler. He's been doing this before I was born. So, Bruce, come up to the mic. And then what we're going to do is after Bruce gives you some history on matchmaking and everything and what he's done, we're going to have Andy and Greg come up here and speak for another 15 minutes maximum about matchmaking. Here you go. Bruce, come on up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike, and thanks to everybody for coming out here. These are really helpful and informative and very important sessions, I think, where all the commissioners can get together, executive directors, and you guys are the people who help direct traffic for people like myself, Bob Aram, Brad Goodman, who's our other matchmaker, and so I appreciate everyone's presence here and the support that you give our sport. Mike Mazzulli likes to pass himself off as a young man just because he was born after I made my first match. But I was a freshman at Ohio University in Athens, Ohio, and my first fight, a kid named Bill Douglas. Well, he wasn't a kid. He was already 27 years old. I was 18 years old. And Bill Douglas, they told me to get an opponent for him. And so I only knew one other middleweight. His name was Hilton Whitaker from Union, New Jersey, which was right next to my hometown. So I got a hold of his people, George Branch and Tommy Parks, and we did this fight. Bill Douglas, the local fighter, was down twice in the first round. He was down again in the third round. And although it was a sensational fight, and although he won the decision, people are running up to me and saying, "Boy, you're a great matchmaker. What a sensational fight that was. That was terrific." And believe me, I had no idea what I was doing. And that was January of 1968. Before a lot of you were born. So that just shows I had some good luck very early in the game. I went on from there to work for Angelo Dundee and his brother Chris in Miami, two Hall of Fame legends. That was in 71. Muhammad Ali was in his prime then. 78, I was hired to work as matchmaker at Madison Square Garden in New York. And then 3 years later, I was hired by Bob Aram at Top Rank. And we originated the ESPN series of weekly fights. Network fights were in their prime then, so we often had fights on weekends in Atlantic City, where we'd have fights Friday night ESPN, Saturday on ABC or CBS, and Sunday the same thing. It was really the golden age of boxing, and I'm so fortunate to work at Top Rank and with Bob Aram, who originated the ESPN series. He opened up the Mexican market. he opened up the Filipino market with Manny Pacquiao, and it's just been a wonderful ride, very historic, and we've had the opportunity to really be pioneers in boxing, on the cutting edge of the fight game, which today has grown into a huge business. I mean, sure, we lose money on a lot of shows trying to develop fighters, but Bob Arum is willing to invest in our development of young talent, which is why, we've had Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd Mayweather and Miguel Cotto and as young fighters, Manny Pacquiao and George Foreman as older fighters or more mature fighters that we took over. We've had the best fighters in the fight game for the last 25, 30 years, and we hope to continue that way. And we certainly appreciate the cooperation and support of the boxing commissioners. When I started full-time, most states didn't even have a boxing commission. The ones that did, the commissioners would show up, collect the taxes, any applicable license fees, and that was that. Somewhere along the line, commissioners have got more involved in the matchmaking and the promotion. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, but that's what it is today. So we're fortunate to work with a number of very intelligent, very commissioners who really understand boxing, understand the fighters, and those commissioners are here today. They know who they are, and we really appreciate what they do for us and for the fans and for the networks. So that's pretty much it. That's almost 50 years in boxing, and again, I'm happy to be here. I'm proud to be here, and so I guess if anyone has any questions about matchmaking, or I could talk for hours on that, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer the questions. And with the exception of Bob Bennett, I'll take questions from anybody. Yes, sir.
I'd like to know what your definition of a provable value is. Because obviously, and we've been through this before, but the promoter's perspective on an approvable bout and the regulator's perspective on a provable bout, in my opinion, is almost night and day. So seeing how you've been with Top Rank for a lot longer than I've been with the Nevada State Athletic Commission, and I'm not the easiest guy to get by, I'd like everybody to know what's provable with your years of experience that I certainly do respect.
Okay, I think that's a great question, and you certainly open yourself up for abuse here. But I'm okay. No, First of all, Bob Bennett is a relatively new commissioner or executive director, and we've kind of watched him grow into the job and mature. There was a time when Bob Bennett, I felt, was very arbitrary in approving fights. I thought that he would rather err on the side of disapproving, but I think he's coming along fine. I mean,
I'm not asking you to evaluate me. I'm asking you to.
No.
That's irrelevant. I'm asking you your definition of an approvable bout.
One thing leads into the other.
Then I'll evaluate you after you answer my question.
Absolutely. That's all is fair in love and war. So I think that there are veteran commissioners here who understand boxing, and I think Bob Bennett is growing into that. He's getting familiar with fighters, and to me, an approvable fight is something that's entertaining. I don't think we would ever put forth a match to you or any other commission where someone where it's lopsided and somebody's going to get hurt. And I was talking. Here's an example of an approvable fight. Greg Serb earlier this year in Pennsylvania did a fight. Jesse Hart, an undefeated super middleweight that Top Rank promotes, and we offered up Deshaun Johnson, who had like a 20-19 record. I don't think Bob Bennett would have approved that because I don't think he really knows those fighters. He's not familiar with them. Greg Serb did know them, and the match was easily approved. And again, nobody's trying to get over on anyone. We believed it was going to be a good action fight. And sure enough, Deshaun Johnson, with his 20-19 record, dropped Jesse Hart twice and lost a very, very close decision. In fact, Jesse Hart was barely awake at the end of the fight to know that he won the decision. So an approvable fight is something that's not going to embarrass the fans, the promoter, the televising network, and certainly the commission, because I know if it's a bad fight or if it's a bad decision by your judges, you're going to get the calls on Monday morning. I understand that. And we don't want you to get any calls about the quality of a fight. If it's a bad fight, we don't want to do it, first of all. We have a...
I can appreciate what you're saying, but you don't have to be in business 20 years with what's out there on the internet and YouTube and the sources of information that are available. But when I go, you put me on the spot right now, all I asked you for was a definition. When I go to you specifically, or let's say Top Rank, you came at me, and I say, this fight is 20-0, and this fight's 20-0, and you tell me it's an automatic approvable bout. And don't tell me that didn't happen, because it did. And then I said, you mean to tell me it doesn't matter who fighter A fought and who fighter B fought for that fight to be approved? And I don't want to pick out any countries, but I'll get a call from the matchmaker and say, hey, Bob, this guy's 20-0, but he's been driving a cab. I go, whoa, now why are you even talking to me about him driving a cab? I want to know about his record and if it's going to be an approvable bout. Because I guarantee you, if you had everybody in this room write out what's an approvable bout, you'd probably get about 20 different responses.
Right.
So when you come back, or your company comes back and tells you that's approvable, it doesn't make a difference if I got 26 months on the job and you got 50 years on the job. That's an inaccurate statement for you to make.
You're absolutely right, and records are not. They're a help in making an approvable fight, the fighters' records. But if you actually know the fighters and who they fought, because it's all relative. Not every fighter is created equal, and for every 20-0 guy, I could probably find a guy with a losing record that would beat him. They're not all matched the same. Jesse Hart, as an example, if he had fought the same guys Deshaun Johnson fought, Jesse Hart wouldn't have been undefeated at that point. So a commissioner has to consider all these factors. The actual numbers in a record are immaterial. We've got a guy, Vasyl Lomachenko, who was an Olympian. He was a gold medal winner. In his first fight, he insisted on fighting for a world championship. First fight out of the amateurs. And he was good enough. I didn't care what his record was. No champions were available for his first fight, but for his second fight, we got Orlando Salido, a veteran of many years of fight. We didn't consider it a mismatch because it was 1-0 against God knows what Salido's record is. And it was a terrific fight. It was a split decision. We're probably going to rematch it again later this year. But it's not the records, it's the ability.
Yeah, but at the same time, your objective is significantly, or goal is significantly different than a regulator. And I'm not saying that you don't look out for the health and safety of the fighters. That's what we get paid. The executive director is the person that's ultimately responsible for approving that fight in the ring. But when you have fighters that are under contract and you propose certain fights that are clearly not approvable for from the regulator, I mean, from the promoter, I guarantee you that.
Good points. And I'm not just stroking you; those are good points. When I started for many years, the commissions had no input whatsoever in the matches, and with all respect to Mr. Bennett and other commissioners here, we had great fights for decades without commissioner involvement. The matchmakers have to take pride in what they're doing. We have to satisfy the fans, the television networks or television audiences. Yeah, we're trying to develop talent. We've done a lot of the fighters that you see today, the Mayweathers and De La Hoyas, came up with fellows like myself matching them with or without commission involvement. Boxing thrived when we didn't have commissioners, and I'd like to think it's better now that we do have commissioners. And the points that you made, Bob, are well made. So. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Bob's defense, I was trying to get your attention before. It's, our job is hard because we get a lot of fights that are thrown at us from matchmakers and promoters.
Right.
Like Bob's saying, if you don't look these people up, you don't have the resources, or if you have the resources, you do look it up. A lot of times you go back to the promoter or matchmaker, you tell them it's not a good provable fight, you get an argument. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it has to do with how many rounds the guy went. Okay, he could have had that record that he has, 20 and 19 or whatever it was, and the guy might have went, never got stopped. You know? And he might have went the distance with a lot of top fighters, and that changes the latitude of which you're looking at. Okay? But now you get a guy, they throw a 20 and 19 record to fight a guy 20 and 0, and he's been stopped 15 times out of his last 16 fights, 17 fights. That changes the whole scenario. Okay? And maybe he did get lucky on that fight, and the other guy had a bad night. He came out looking better than what it should have been on paper. But that don't always happen. And our job is hard because we're looking for the safety of the fighters. You're looking sometimes as a record, to build a record for a fighter. And that's what makes it so hard. You're not going to put a hard fight against a guy you're trying to build a record on that's maybe a mediocre fighter. And that makes it hard for us.
And just to piggyback on that, and I've heard it said a litany of times from promoters that I've gone to lunch with very prominent promoters and their entire staff one day. A promoter, let's just say from out of state. And we sat around and we talked and we said, hey Bob, this was probably my first week on the job. And then after we first got all warm and cozy and all that was done, we started talking business. They go, as a promoter, we know we don't have to fix fights anymore. We know who's going to win the fight 95% of the time. So then you wonder why, boxing's not doing as well as it should be. You talk about the health and safety of the fighter, but you know who's going to win 95% of the time. Just like everybody in this business that's been in it longer than the 26 months that I've been in it, although I've done amateurs for 10 years and had my fair share of fights, and I know something that's fair and that isn't. And if it's not fair, then I'll pick up a fight. But I mean, I don't know how you can justify that position.
Which position is that to justify? I mean, I understood everything to the.
When I hear from a very prestigious promoter that we don't have to fix fights anymore like we did.
Oh, okay.
When I was in the FBI, I prosecuted. I investigated a fixed fight where a fighter took a dive. There was conspiracy to fix a fight, as you well know.
Yes.
Okay, so two pled guilty, two were found guilty and tried. But if the promoter knows, and they've said, and it's been brought up in this conference, you know who's going to win the fight 95% of the time. You tell me how all those fights are provable like that, and you already know the winner.
Bob, thanks for clarifying. My answer to that would be there's odds on football games, basketball games. Everything has a winner. Well, most contests, whether they're boxing or other athletics, there's point spreads to try and even it out. We don't have that in boxing, but if you're saying mismatches, life is a mismatch. Nobody's created equal here. We all have.
But you know what, Bruce, and I don't mean to be putting you on the spot.
No, that's okay.
You're very good at what you do, and you have a lot of experience. But in this particular area, there isn't a level playing field. And,
Right.
And like Frank said, okay, somebody said to me earlier that I'm the strictest executive director, and I got to tell you, man, I acquiesce to some of your matchmakers because I'll go back and I'll research something. I go, okay, maybe I made a mistake here. Maybe this is a proof point. Because I'm looking at it, and I'll even say to the matchmaker, I said, if that was your kid, would you put him in a fight against that guy? The minute that matchmaker hesitates, I said, you already gave him my answer. And it just needs to be, I really think that the promoters need to do a better job in presenting the fights to the commissions. And I think what's evident by that is if you go to a boxing match, the front 75-80% of the card, most of the house isn't even filled until you get to the main, co-main, or a fight before that. And why? Because they're not competitive. You go to some, I don't want to show any prejudice or bias, but say to some MMA type fights, and you know what? After the first or second fight, man, that house is filled. And why? It's because they make competitive fights like they did in the old days, So I think that for me, that's my number one challenge in this business, and I think that there's way too many people that acquiesce to the pressure of a matchmaker because they've been in the gyms for 20, 30 years. They know the fighters. They know every answer to give you to come back and counter. So when you get ready to present your position, you got to have plenty of rounds in the chamber to go back and forth to be able to utilize prolepsis in the art of disputation. How's that for you?
That's good. I agree with you, and I think the key to being a good executive director or commissioner is communication with the people who are. I mean, we're licensed to make matches. You can call it a privilege, you can call it an honor, whatever. We're licensed, which means we have a degree of expertise in what we're doing. If I was an executive director, I would trust my matchmakers. Until we prove that we're not trustworthy anymore.
Then if that's the case, how can you come out and say, we know who's going to win this fight 90 to 95% of the time? Why would I trust you when you're already telling me you know who's going to win that fight 90 to 95% of the time? Well, that's not,
Bob, unless it's a draw, someone's going to win and someone's going to lose.
Yeah, but I'll go back to your earlier analogy about basketball or football or a point spread or something like that. This is a completely different sport. Somebody's trying to take somebody's head off their shoulders, okay, and knock them out, all right? So to make that analogy, which I've heard a number of times too, it's really not comparing apples to apples. So I don't really think that is a very prudent analogy. And like I said, it's obviously something that I'm very passionate about, that I'll continue to learn and grow, but I will always err on the side of the fighter because I'm the guy that's ultimately responsible, and my commission depends on me to make those tough decisions. So in the beginning of what you said, I don't think it was very fair, but that's fine.
Okay. Well, I think we all agree that boxing is entertainment. Mismatches, flagrant mismatches are not entertaining. Nobody wants to see that, and we don't want to have that. Yeah, we'd like our guys to win, but we'd like them to win in entertaining, competitive fights. That's how we grow an Oscar De La Hoya or a Floyd Mayweather. They both had close calls on the way up, but they became better fighters for that. So, not to get into a pissing contest with you, but if I could digress just a moment, if I was an executive director, bad fights don't kill boxing as badly as bad decisions. So I'd be working on my officials. I would.
Well, segue away from the.
No, I'm not. All right.
Officials are completely different subject.
Okay.
That's why we have training, and that's why in the last 2 years, we haven't had a major controversy. Okay? Because we make a concerted effort to make sure that our officials are trained, they're held accountable. We'll use the pot index, we'll do a litany of things to hold our officials accountable, because we're expected to get it right. The judges and the referees are expected to score and referee that fight. That's what they get paid for, and to look out for that fighter. But that's a completely different subject. So I don't think you're staying on subject.
Okay. I digressed. I apologize. Just wanted to make a point. That's right, but you got to finish it. So, anyway, I don't know if we're ever going to agree. I have my philosophy on matchmaking. It's to develop talent and to entertain the fans and the TV viewers, and I think we do a pretty good job of that. When an arena is empty on a big pay-per-view show, a lot of those fans are not fans. They're hotel-invited guests. They're there for the main event only, and on regular shows that we do, the fans are there right from the first fight. So, any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thanks for having me, and
Yeah, please. All right, guys, we are gonna bring Andy and Greg Serb up, but prior to that, I was contacted by Attorney Mosque last year, and they did come in and concerning the Muhammad Ali Act in MMA. And like I said to him, he contacted me about 2 weeks ago and asked to speak again. And I basically informed him our agenda is very, very full. But because all of us are concerned about the safety of the fighter, and we're worried about making sure the fighter is respected and their careers are taken care of medically as well as financially. We decided, the board of directors decided to allow him to speak with his fighters. And I have to say, one of the fighters is Randy Couture, who sits on our rules committee. So that's what we're here for, is fighter safety. So without any further delay, I'd like to introduce Attorney Mosque. And you have about 10 minutes. And then we're going to get back into matchmaking. So quickly, please.
Hey, thank you, President Mazzulli, for the time. I'll be brief. Last year, we announced our efforts to have the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act expanded to mixed martial arts. Here we are a year later. Our bill is pending in Congress. It's sponsored by Mark Wayne Mullen out of Oklahoma. It's now up to, I believe, 6 congressional sponsors. We are again here asking for all of your support for this act. It's badly needed. I want to introduce Randy Couture and Kung Lee to express some of the reasons why mixed martial arts badly needs to be covered by this act. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you all again. I think I brought Kung just as a bodyguard today, but obviously it's important to us. The Ali Act is done for boxers for many years what we need to encompass in mixed martial arts. The transparency in the ranking system, transparency in money that's made by promoters, having that stuff disclosed, a unified contract for all the fighters are all things that the Ali Act addresses for boxers, and right now it does not address for mixed martial arts. And unfortunately, there are many of us athletes, obviously I'm retired now, but have been from the ground up, in my opinion, taken advantage of by many of the promotions out there. So getting the act to be amended and incorporate all the combative sports, but mixed martial arts certainly would go a long ways in helping create an equal and level playing field between the athletes, the fighters who put in their lives on the line and stepping up in that cage, and the promoters that are making significant living off of promoting the sport. We want that to be equitable for both parties, and right now it's pretty one-sided. As an example, the UFC, which is probably the top promotion in the sport just sold for $4 billion. They've owned the company since 2000. The amount that they've paid out to the fighters that fought in the time that they've owned the company equates to less than 10% of the amount of money that they've made and that they just made off selling the company. And so I think there's a problem with that equation. And that's something that I think expanding the Ali Act to encompass and incorporate mixed martial arts will go a long ways in helping us negotiate better contracts and get our fair share as fighters. That's what we're moving towards. Again, as fighters, trying to run towards regulation, trying to make our sport better for the future and make it equitable for both the promoter and the fighters moving forward. So we thank you guys for your time. We thank you for your support. And good to see you all again today.
Thanks for having us. I just didn't realize how much support we have right now with 15 world champions, three UFC Hall of Famers, over 300 professional mixed martial artists that all have signed the petition. So any more support that we can get would be amazing. And I think definitely boxing has the Ali Act, and we definitely need the Ali Act expansion for the fighters that are very active, and even the ones that have retired, and the future MMA fighters. Could be one of your sons one day. So support now and don't have to do it later.
All right, I have one question for everybody. At some point, we're going to need to address what we want to do with the future of the Muhammad Ali Act. If these fighters know we want to support them, and we'll be here to support them. So we'll discuss that in the near future about maybe sending something out on behalf of the fighters to support them through the Muhammad Ali Act. I think it's only fair. So any questions, just ask some of the board of directors. Yes. Pat?
I hope these folks realize, and I was in the room and drafted sections of that act, so I feel some entitlement. Greg Serb couldn't have worked harder to get that act passed. It is the least enforced act that I think Congress has ever created. People have, presidents of this organization have written, and I'm not talking about the one that's in dispute.
Yes.
About obvious problems to attorneys general and to U.S. attorneys, and they've done nothing. The resources of individual commissions are very limited, but maybe some of the larger commissions could take a more active role in trying to enforce what we've got so far with regards to the Muhammad Ali Act. But I don't want anybody, and specifically the good people that just came up, anybody to think that the Muhammad Ali Act is well enforced, because it isn't. Sorry, but it's a pet peeve.
Listen, it's open forum. All right, guys, we're going to go and move on to the next subject. Any more comments or concerns? All right, we're going to move on to the next subject. Guys, we're going to move back into boxing, and we're going to discuss this is a very important topic, and I really believe this is one of the topics we're here for, is matchmaking. And everyone does it differently. Everyone has different processes. But what we did is we're going to ask Greg Serb and Andy to come up and speak. And after they're done speaking, we will go to questions. Thank you. Right here.
Greg, you wanna start, because I love your starts.
Look, we do this, I think, to me and Andy, and I think to some of the guys that have been around, this is the most important part of the convention we have. Our job is to approve the bout. That's our job. Even if it's not in your state regulation or your tribal regulation, federal law gives you that authority. It gives you that authority. I don't want to hear any more commissions say, I don't have the authority, he passes medicals, he's allowed to fight. You do have the authority. Use it. together, that's our job. When Bruce came up to speak, I love Bruce Trampler. I think he's a good matchmaker. But he represents the promoter. That's who he represents. We represent the commission. We're regulators. When you regulate, you make those kind of decisions. I have to go to a number of issues. One, I got the promoter that wants to fight. Two, maybe a television network. They already approved the fight. Three, maybe there's a sanctioning body involved. They approved the fight. Four, I got the boxer himself. They want the fight. But who's the last person? The fifth part of that leg is the commission. And that's where it starts. That's where it starts. You have to take that job responsibly. You have a handout. It's a boxer's watch list. I've been putting this together now for 3 years. I'm not going to say they shouldn't fight. But there's some people on that list that should not be competing. Should not be competing.
Very good.
Opponents are opponents. That's what happens. We know that. Penn State isn't going to play Notre Dame every Saturday in college football. Why? Because they might get beat every Saturday. Either way. So Penn State plays a lesser opponent. It's the same thing in boxing. But an opponent that you approve makes a fight. Some of the opponents that get approved, they're not fights. They're not contests. They're exhibitions. And we see that. We don't approve exhibitions. You're supposed to approve a matchup. That's what the public is paying for. A matchup. A contestant. A contest. Where I'm striving to win. My opponent's striving to win. It's not an exhibition where the other guy has no chance at all. At all. This is the most important role we have. And when me and Andy got together to do this, Andy decided he'd put together a slide for us, and we're going to walk the slide through for you. Any questions, ask. And we'll make comments as we go through.
So, look, Greg and I wrote these letters independently. I found that you've all got the letter. I find it interesting that the information on the letter is very similar. And we wrote it independently. So this is the way I do matchmaking in California. Everybody does it a little bit different. Bob does it exceptionally well. I have a lot of fights. I have to find a way that I can make sure the fight's, what's the first rule? Safe. Is the fight safe? Because if the fight's not safe, I'm not moving on. Don't waste my time. It's valuable. I used the Boxing Severity Index adopted by or presented at this organization back, when was it, Greg? 2002? 2003? Dr. Homansky, chair at that time, I believe, of the Nevada State Athletic Commission, made this thing. You've got it on your handout. It's on the back of my letter. So just follow along. It's pretty helpful. So this works, and if there's a doctor in here, they're going to know what I'm talking about. But it's based off that coma scale that assesses, like, if you're in a coma. Somebody knows. It starts with a G. A Glasgow coma scale. Yeah. All right. So it's based off of that. So the first one's activity. Has this guy been fighting lately? Okay. Just so you know, every pro debut is going to be a +1. Okay. Recent record. This is important. If they're on a losing streak, they get them some points. If they've lost 3 of the last 4, they get 1 point. But if they've won 3 of the last 4, they get to take a point off. So the lower you are on this scale, the better the safer on this sheet you are. The safer. This sheet's for safety.
Look, let's take the first one. Lost five or more in a row. I've had fights like that. I'm not a big state. I'm a club fight state. 5 or more in a row. That's a red flag for me right off the bat. Now, why would I approve a guy that lost 5 or more in a row with a kid that's 12-0? What do you think's going to happen? He's going to be 6. He's going to lose 6 straight. confused when I see a kid lost 5 in a row. He's the main event against a kid 16-0, and he's in the 10-round bout. No. That shouldn't work that way. I'm not saying you shouldn't let him fight, but 5 in a row, that's a red flag. That's a red flag.
And let's just make sure everybody understands, this is for boxing. Okay? MMA is matched somewhat differently. Certainly you can draw some synergies from this, but MMA is a bit different. There's lots of variables in MMA. So this is for boxing. Let's just be clear. Saying the third criteria is, how did you lose? Because if you're getting stopped a lot, you're really racking up the points. And look, these are combined, so you could lose 5 or more in the row. But if you're getting stopped, you've already blew. You don't come to California. You've already blew my scale. Okay, so because we don't let. I've let a total of 5 5s, maybe 6, but I think it's 5 5s fight. I have never saw a +5 fighter win a round of boxing in California. Never seen it. No. They usually get stopped in 1. But if you get 3 points, you're already you're getting close to, you're in the high risk scale just barely. 2, 1. The next criteria, age. If you're greater than 44, you get some points. If you're greater than 35, you get some points.
Is that legal?
Sure is. Pat, look, no, I'm glad he asked it, because I get asked about age discrimination from time to time. By regulation, which is a definition of statute, the executive officer of the California State Athletic Commission controls all matches within the state, and I can use this criteria to establish what is considered safe and unsafe. Remember, this is not a competitive scale. This is a safety scale. Okay? Safety, Pat. Safety. This is the thing.
Let me ask one question. When we talk about the knockout, if you have a knockout, whether it's a TKO or KO, and it's by a body shot, and you know that as a commissioner, it's a body shot.
You need to write it down.
Please put that on your record. Lost TKO, body shot. I have a little more leeway maybe of letting that kid fight, knowing that he was knocked out cold or he lost by a body shot.
That's right.
So mark that on your record. That's very helpful when we're matching fights.
That's right. And then just ring age. If they've been doing it longer than 5 years, or they got greater than 500 rounds, they get a point. Okay? So then we come down here to the total score. Okay? So you get in the high risk category, 3 and 4. You know, I let 3 and 4s fight. I mean, as far as from a safety perspective. Look, and when I have let 5s fight, I talk to the docs about it. I get them involved or whatever. Look, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, so don't think that's what I'm doing. I'm telling you what I do. Certainly talk to my docs if I'm concerned about something. Look, I've never seen a 5 win a round. I'll just leave it at that. And I don't know what these other guys do. You've got a sheet full of them other guys. You can see how they did. But I don't, this is some unusual stuff down here. 7 and 9. So this is considerations. This is the way I do it. I don't really so much care about the upside down record. That happens. What have you done in your last 6? I wanted to ask Bruce, he was up here, and Greg approved the guy or whatever. I mean, my question is, what was he in his last 6? And how many times has he been stopped? Look, you got to look at weight discrepancies too, and I just want to point this out. We get a lot of little lighter weight fighters in California, especially down south. They come up. We don't have as many heavyweights. A 20-year-old very lightweight fighter is going to advance in weight over time. They just do. Keep that in mind. I think it's important because over time. So if you see a guy go from about 117 and 10 years later they're at 130, I don't think it's really a good idea to approve him for 117 unless you talk to your doctors about it. Okay? Because it's hard for him to get down there again.
guys want to fight heavyweight because that's where the money is. You get those 190 pounders, 195 pounders that have a 500 record, 5-5. He wants to fight heavyweight because that's where the money is. I'm not going to approve him with the kid 250, 245. He's 5-5, he's fighting the kid 5-0, and he's also giving up 60 pounds. That's not going to happen. If you give me a heavyweight that's 215, I might be able to see some leeway in that. But it also happens in the heavyweight. The weight is very important.
It's very important.
Kid can be very effective when he fights under 130. Very effective. He can be horrible when he starts fighting at 35 and 40. He just doesn't have that kind of record. I do it on occasion. I will say, I'll prove this bout. Contract weight must be X. I'll do that on certain occasions. I'll dictate what the contract weight will be, just so I know that that'll even the scale to some degree.
Length of inactivity. Did they go to prison? That's a question you need to ask. Why?
We used the term college.
Okay, but and let me tell you, guys, I don't care how good the record. You get a guy been inactive 8, 9, 10 years, you can't put them back in there with those people they were fighting. You got to walk them back up the mountain. I think their stance is important. I'd like to know it. Who their trainer is. Now, Bob Bennett's real good about this. He'll call the trainers. I call them sometimes. But I want to know who they are. Because if you got a good trainer, well, these guys have got a lot of pride. They're not going to get in there to lose. So I think, don't you agree?
I'll call the trainer, and when I get a debut kid, if I have a debut kid, I ask for 3 things. One, I like to see his amateur book. I want to see the physical amateur book gets mailed into my commission. Or they fax the last couple pages so I can see it. The actual amateur book, I want to see it. But I want to see where he's training at, and that's when we'll go to that. What gym is he at? Where's he been? And then we have what we call pro debut experience form. Short and sweet. His trainer must fill it out. He has been in my gym X number of months, X number of years. I think he's competent to turn professional. I've seen him spar. It's a checklist. And the trainer must sign it. The trainer must sign it. I'll get a couple of debut kids that can't get their letter signed. Tough luck, you're not fighting here.
Bob?
But worse than it, if you get a debut kid and he's not from your state, call that state where he's from. Hey, you know this kid? You know this trainer? Call them. I get those calls a lot because we have a lot of Philly fighters. Hey, sir, do you know this kid? Yeah, he trains at a good gym. I've seen him fight amateur. It's a good resource if it's a debut kid, and if you don't know him, call the other state and see what they know about him.
Bob?
Yeah, also, if you got a fighter, as many of you know, making his pro debut or her pro debut fight, you can call the ABC, talk Edith or Mike Martino was here yesterday, and they'll tell you how many years they've been registered with the ABC.
USA Boxing.
They don't have the number of fights they have, then you can go ahead and Google that guy or that girl and say, amateur boxer so-and-so's record. And then sometimes you'll get some phenomenal information from Wikipedia and give you a better indication of who that fighter's being supposed to fight.
And you'd be sorry. Thank you. And you'd be really, you feel really good because now all of a sudden you go, oh wow, man, it's a good thing I looked this up. This amateur's got a lot of experience under his or her belt, and I'm not gonna approve this bout because they're way too experienced because they just left the ring. They just left the amateurs. But then all amateurs, I know you can make an argument for this, Bruce, and rightfully so. But it's just another piece of evidence that paints the total picture on whether or not you're going to approve that fight. That's all. Thank you.
You know, matchmaking, I don't deal so much with Bruce. I deal with Brad Goodman, who also works at Top Rank. I'm sure Bruce is around when that conversation's going down, but, I talk to Brad, okay? And, Brad's got a pretty good understanding of what I'm going to approve, Okay, Robert Diaz has got a pretty now. Look, you get a new matchmaker. I had one sent me to me the other day, 6-0 versus 1-13. Yeah, and that's not going to fly. But they need to have an understanding. Sanctioning bodies. We may have some disagreement in this room. I love them. Okay, let me tell you why I love them. Because they've looked at the fight also. Now, look, and I'm not going to get involved in the politics of it. I will say this. I find some of them are better than others. I think it's a fair statement. But they look at them also. They have some medical requirements themselves, a lot of them do. I find it helpful to have that. And for me, when I'm looking at it, you know, usually the sanction for that fight, a lot of times it's already happened. Sometimes it hasn't, but a lot of times it has. And, you know, if I've got questions about the guy, Rich DeCure's over there, I'll call him, or I'll call Dwayne Ford, or I'll call somebody, hey, what about it? Have you seen it? What's the deal? So anyway, I find that it just gives me another tool in the toolbox that this fighter has probably done something, even though I haven't saw him. What do you think, Greg?
Yeah.
You gonna...
I mean, when I told my 5 points, sanctioning bodies are part of the game. They're part of our game. Not whether you like them or not, they're a part of our game. They give the fighter a chance to get a belt, earn some extra money, get a little recognition, good for the fighter. They're part of our game. And I agree with Andy. I use it as a tool. If he's ranked in the top 10, yeah, that's pretty good. These guys are putting their necks out sometimes. You're saying the same thing. I'm not going to rubber stamp it just because he's ranked in the top 10. But they're part of the equation. There's no question about it.
Now, I got this from him. You guys had that drive home where you knew you shouldn't have approved a fight, but you got talked into it? You're driving home. Luckily, a really bad outcome didn't happen, but you got talked into it. It's like a car salesman, okay? And I'm not trying to knock on you, but, you know. I mean, but it's true. I mean, I love the matchmakers. I talk to them all the time, but, I mean, they have a vested interest in their guy winning. You look at some of the fight cards in California, I can tell you who's going to win without looking at the thing by knowing which color corner. Now, that don't mean those fights don't mean they're unsafe. And it really don't mean they're really uncompetitive, although it turns out sometimes that's the case. But, you know, try to take this little talk into consideration, and I would recommend you using this BSI, if nothing else, just to get you an idea of where you're at.
What would you have to add as far as a fighter like, let's say, Travis Fulton, that
300.
traveled many of the states that we regulate and fought, but he also has had over 300 professional MMA fights?
Well, I'll tell you about Travis. I let him fight. You're talking about, this is boxing talks. I let Travis fight at Chumash a year or two ago. I was there. Did you see it? Without knocking him, let's just say Travis is an MMA fighter. Okay? And, you know, I think Travis can fight 4-round beginners, but you can't put Travis against somebody for any kind of... And I shouldn't, I mean, look, you know, look, he's right. I mean, but you're right, Jim.
I just want to say, take into consideration those MMA bouts, you might have crossover.
And that's what I did, and I was wrong. I mean...
Let's talk about that. We have crossover fights. We have crossover fights. I have never seen an MMA. We have MMA guys coming into boxing. Very few MMA guys. I mean, very few boxers are going to MMA. Very few. But we have these MMA guys crossing in. I'm very cautious with that. But Greg, he's 15-1. He may be a good wrestler. He may be a jiu-jitsu artist. That ain't my game. That's not our game. I take that he trains and it's maybe a little part of the equation, but I have yet to see one MMA guy step into boxing at a 10-round level and be competitive.
I got
haven't seen it.
I got one.
It was the wear and tear factor I was talking about. Not his skill. 300.
You know, and look, this is a good point. This is why we're having this talk. I sent him to. I medicaled him till I couldn't medical him anymore. He was just scored. He was perfect. And one thing about Travis, you guys all know who we're talking about. One thing about Travis don't gonna get too hurt. I mean, he's a good kid, and he wins a lot of fights, but he loses fights. There's no shame in that. He's had like 300 MMA fights. You know, fought for me back in '99.
But it's just an additional thing to consider.
So this is what you should do when you have a bad match, okay? All right, now look. Let's look at some patterns in boxing, okay? And really, my next one's a little bit better, but okay. So this is the box rec of this guy, and the one before was the Fight Facts. But look at these. Look at this pattern, okay? Look. Mexico, 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 Puerto Rico, Pennsylvania, Nebraska, Mississippi, California.
And look what he had. And look, I'm here. I'm right here. Look what he had. And I looked at this. He fought a debut kid. 0-2, 1-1, 1-0, 16-12. And I went, 16-12, at least he won. Had a draw with a guy 5-8. I thought that would be okay. It wasn't. It wasn't. We're talking about a difference. We're talking a whole different level when they come into the States. It's a whole different level.
And not always. Most of the time. Most of the time. Because they're good fighters in Mexico. Bob will research it. He knows who they are. But, you know, and look, I'm looking at that, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, because I remember this. Well, Greg let him fight. Hey, and look at, but he made it to the end. He made it to the end. I mean, do we tell the Detroit Lions they can't fight anymore? The problem is this isn't football. This is a dangerous game. So I'm just showing you. You got to look at the patterns where they fought at. So this is another one, and I passed this one out. Okay, so let's all take a look at this one. I passed this one out. I denied this fight recently, but I was really, really, really on the fence about it. Bob would have denied it as soon as he got it. So it's. But I'm telling you, Bob. But this is, you know. I guess what I'm saying, this is a club show. It's the main event. I denied it. He didn't really flag high on the BSI. So you can't use the BSI as the end-all be-all. It's just, you know, you got a kid, Jose Roman, and you got the box rec and you've got the Fight Facts. And I think it's important that you have both of them for this exercise. And you can see and all this. Oh, you don't. Here's Roman. Okay. And so on your Fight Facts, you got them back to back. You got them on both sides. You know, and BoxRec has a fight BoxRec has a fight in Mexico that's been verified. That's on there. Ani's not the record keeper in Mexico. It's fine. That's not what I'm pointing out. I didn't like the fight. They wanted 10. And I said no. Then they asked for 8. And I looked at it and looked at it and looked at it. And I said no again. And I was no firm. You know, it just Jose Roman's fault. Monsters. And, you know, this guy is, you know, he got him some wins down in San Diego, down there at the Bobby D show. I know who he fought.
he's got some skills. I watched him on YouTube. He's got some skills. He's fought, but I didn't think it was an appropriate matchup. But I wouldn't criticize a commission that approved this match. I'm just basically pointing out, look at the patterns. You can see that he was fighting some in September of last year. He takes some time off. You know, he got stopped in one when I let him fight last February for the same promoter. And that's another thing. When the promoters get him an opponent, they'll call him back. They'll keep calling. Okay? They keep calling until you stop them. So, you know, the promoter knew how he fought. It was on the fence. If you'd approved it, I'm not, you're not going to get no criticism from me unless you approve it for 10. I didn't approve it at all. I don't think you should approve it, but I don't think it's a criticism fight. What do you think, Greg?
I didn't think. I mean, when you hit that kid that's kind of borderline that you're really struggling with, I always go to the number of rounds so that we can maybe cut it down so it's a little bit safer, and the weight. Is he competitive at this weight? If he isn't, can we bring the guy down, make sure it's at the right weight? So when I'm on the fence for a fight, I'm looking at his rounds and his weight to see if we can get those in accordance so that I can approve it. If we can't, like in this case, not a 10, and if we can't come to an agreement, that fight's off.
Bob, would you have approved this now that you've looked at it? You probably need more information, but yeah. But I mean, but you know, I did a lot of research on this one.
I would say I really agree with what you're saying, and it's an important aspect of approving fights. Because contrary to Bruce, one of the things that I do look for is what makes the fight approvable. I start off positive. What makes the fight approvable? I recently had a fight. They were adamant about going 10 rounds. And I'm talking about guys that have been in the business for years, championship fighters, representing the fighter, and one fighter A had a different pedigree than fighter B. I said, there's no way you're going 10 rounds. And these were real prominent people that will have the show here. I said, sorry, man, I can't do it. And I got hammered. I said, tell you what, consider 8 a gift. And if you want to fight for 8, take it. If not, I'm not going to approve it. So we said, well, we'll get back to you. No problem, get back to you. They got back to me and they said, we'll take it for 8. And this one is got to be right, maybe because it's 26 months instead of 2 months, I'm not sure. But the guy didn't get past 6 rounds, and he got delivered healthy at it because of the pedigree of the fighter. So I think when Andy, in order to accommodate the promoter and to accommodate the fans and make the fight, an approvable bout, that you reconsider the amount of rounds that you want to approve it for. And I think that's a great point to bring up, that to try and actually work with the promoter.
So again, there was kind of the reason I didn't like it. He's winning against guys that are much lower level. But, and again, I think this would have probably been, and I've not researched it, but Jody approved him against an 11-0 guy. Probably get approved in California, especially at that level. Don't think that was a bad matchup, but he got stopped. I approved him in California against Giovanni, got stopped. So anyway, forget this. This is the MMA side. This is boxing talk. Rounds. Don't skip rounds. If you want to remember this, you'll never forget it. I'm going to tell you. You'll never forget. It's like when Greg Serber. I got a story on Greg Serber in a little while. You'll never forget this. Use the Thomas the Train song. There's 4, 6, 8, and then there's 10. Okay? Use it. You don't move a fighter from 4 to 8. You don't move a fighter from you don't move a fighter from 6 to 10. If they can't win at 6, I got to have a pretty darn good reason why they're going to 8. I got this from him. I got this from him in 2008, and I've used it ever since. It's a mountain analogy. Now, if we don't, as regulators, we are not matchmakers. That's his job. Our job is to make sure the fight's safe as much as we can through the licensing process and all the logic model that I just went out yesterday, all the pieces that we do. And I think we have a responsibility, at least to the public, to ensure a reasonable amount of competitiveness. Would you agree?
It is. I mean, it is hard. I mean, we're talking on paper.
That's on paper.
We're talking about right here. All this is on paper.
That's right.
I don't know what that kid's going to do when he comes out that night. I don't know what the favorite's going to do. I don't know what the opponent's going to do. We're only talking about on paper. On paper, I'm approving this bout. It still may end up in the first round knockout. You may get it.
That's boxing.
On paper, I'm approving the bout. But what Andy has here, we walk him up a mountain. He starts out as a debut kid. And I'm talking about our natural debut kids. Not a kid out of the Olympics that's making a debut or have all these international. A regular debut kid. He starts out at 4. Maybe he gets another debut kid. Maybe your next fight's another debut kid. He's got maybe 2 knockouts in a row. And then you start walking him up the mountain a little bit. You know, maybe on that 3rd fight or 4th fight, hey, you got to fight somebody 3-1, 3-2. You know, he's got some wins. You're walking him up the mountain. You're walking him up the mountain to progress his career. And at the same time, when you have that ex-champion or you have that fighter, a Fulton or of hundreds of other fighters, you walk him back down the mountain. There's no reason a kid that's now got 40 fights, 50 fights, 35, 40 years old, with a 500 record, should still compete at a 10 round. Walk him down the mountain. Because as a regulator, he's only going to get his ass whipped for 6 rounds, not 8. I'm saving him them 2 extra rounds. And as you walk that kid down, he'll retire. He'll slide out. He knows he can't compete anymore. He doesn't want to fight a 4-round fight. He'll slide out on his own. But you walk him back down the mountain when it's done. You walk him up, and you walk him back down. That's one of the rules I think we have.
And what Greg just outlined is what I like to call the Mount Shasta approach. You see how it goes up slowly, peaks, and then comes down slowly. What you don't want is half dome, and you see this too much. You walk a kid up the mountain, they put them against monsters because they got a little bit of a record. They need a guy with a record to get it approved by the commission. They're trying to get it by us. They get it by us, and then they get him knocked out in 1, knocked out again, knocked out again. You never see the kid again. Now look, communication's key. The matches you should approve. This shouldn't be just between me and him. This should be between me, my doctors, my referees, not the judges. Not the judges. The referees should know about this. The doctors should know about this. Anybody else you like to throw out there? I do too.
I talk to him. One, is he right-handed or left-handed? Is he Spanish-speaking? Does he speak English? If he doesn't, who in that corner is speaking English for him? Which was an issue in the New York case. No question about it. They didn't have an interpreter there. Is he a big puncher? I tell my reps. I've seen this kid. Here's his record. He's got 5 straight first-round knockouts. What's that telling you as a rep? He's coming out going for it all. So as a rep, as soon as the fight starts, I may be closing the gap in that first round. I don't want to be sitting on, the ropes. Shit's going to happen. So I walk through that. I think it's important for you guys to know, lefty or righty, does he speak English? Do we have an issue there? Is he a big-time power puncher? Mm-hmm. And last but not least, and I know it goes too, but what kind of chin does the guy have? I tell my guys, this kid, I've seen this kid fight. He's got a great chin. Comes back, he's done it. I think it's important that the ref to digest all that and to see what he has. That's being a communication, trying to be safe about it.
Just on one point, I'll move on. If you got a guy with a real good chin you've watched for a while, then all of a sudden they take a big knockout and they get cracked. It's been my experience they get cracked easier the next time. It's been my experience. Maybe that's based on no medicine. That's just my anecdotal viewing. But I'd keep that under your hat. You know, I want to hear back from the referee after they've done this, or even before. If they don't want to ref this fight, I want to know why. I sent out this little bout sheet to the officials and the referees and the doctors. I think they should take a look at it. I think they should study it. Got to have training. We've already talked about that a bunch this conference. Look, these are some things that I do think is relevant to this conversation. We'll run through them quickly. But look, I mean, dehydration, weight cutting, anti-doping, we've beat that in the ground this conference. It needs to be talked about some more.
And it just, with the weight cutting, that's when you look at that. Look at where he's weighing at, and where he's competitive at. I don't like seeing an opponent. Everybody knows he's an opponent. Why make the opponent then fight at a weight class way lower than he's used to? Now to me he's an unsafe opponent.
That's right.
We're just adding fuel to the fire. Let him fight. If you have an opponent and it's questionable and we're really struggling, make sure the weight is conducive to him, so that at least he's not coming in as an opponent and a dehydrated opponent.
And guys, Crank?
Or heavier.
A lot of times we get the light guys and they can't find an opponent for 135 or something. All of a sudden this kid's eating and drinking and trying to gain weight. And all his fights before that were 118, or under. Now he's fighting at 135. You know that they're offering him money to fight.
Yeah, that's a huge gap. Yeah, you don't want you. So look, Dr. Ayub went over this. I won't go over this. Look, I mean, I've already said it till I'm blue in the face, but I would suggest you work with USADA and VADA. Maybe you work on your own program if you don't have one. Now, neurological concerns. The docs talked about this a lot in the ARP. I think your referee should certainly know some basic level of identifying a concussion.
Let's start with, for that reason, just that reason alone. If we get a TKO, he's on his feet, but the ref stopped the fight. Normally, that should be an automatic 30-day suspension. Automatic. Now, if it's a body shot, give yourself some leeway. I still suspend 30 days. I know some commissions body shot, it's only 15 days. I don't have a big issue with that. But if the kid has lost conscience, he's down, he was out. Whether it's 1 second, 5 seconds, he was out. For me, I think that's a minimum of 60 days. A minimum of 60 days. Because he was out. He has lost consciousness. I really wouldn't want to see that kid back in the ring in 30 days. And then you can add those 15 days maybe for a cut. I love when I see reports that come from commissions, stop, lost consciousness, 60 days, needs neuro. Or cut his left eye, suspended 45 days. I get the kid on day 50. Suspension's up. I get the kid on day 50. Cut his left eye. He already got a 45-day suspension. First thing I do when that kid comes to my table and he's checking in, make sure he doesn't have a hat or a hoodie on. He's trying to cover that cut. When you come before me, you present yourself, take everything off. I want to see it. The first thing I'm going to look at his left eye. If that left eye's pink, that's not healed, I'm going to take that into consideration. Say, hey, I may pass that, but I'm telling my doctor, we got to watch this kid. That eye's still not there. If I don't like what I see, you may not fight. But the more information you can put on your results sheet, the better it is for everybody in this room to make a decision. That's the best thing you can do. The more information you put on, the better it is.
And
But one thing I want to go back on the body shot. I've seen a case where a guy got a body shot and he didn't have 30 days. There would have been a problem because he had some damage.
Body shots are always that little gray area. I like to know if it was a body shot. To me, when I'm looking at fighters, I separate the body shot from the head concussion. from a knockout. I separate those two. That doesn't mean that body shot wasn't or cannot be a bad symptom, particularly if he has injured ribs, cartilage problems, you know, that's there. But if it's a body shot, I like to see you mark it on your result sheet as such.
I threw this in there, just thought it might be somewhat relevant to this conversation. This is boxing fatalities. Now, they do this, and what's that book? It's that book. It's where it came from. And so, you know, boxing's a dangerous sport. And you can have a bad outcome trying to do as good as you can. And God forbid we have that, but you can try to do all these different steps into this program that you have to produce this, and you can still have a bad outcome because boxing's dangerous. Okay? That's the reason I'm pointing this out. But there are things that we can do that will help mitigate that. Okay? This is the number of deaths by round. And what I thought was interesting about this is look how many how many deaths are occurring kind of down here between 12, 10, and 8 as compared to 4 and 6. Does everybody see that? What I find interesting about that is there's a lot more 4s and 6s than 12s. Wouldn't you agree, Greg?
I would. And you know what? I'm not too sure there's an answer to that. I really don't.
I'm just pointing it out. It's for your. I'm not making a point. Greg, Bob.
I would just like to add, Vegas, what we like to do, we tell our referees, we're fortunate enough to have some very outstanding referees. We like to stop the fight one punch or one kick sooner than later. And the referee will never have a problem with the commission because that's the commission's policy. But in addition to minimizing boxing fatality, the minute the fighters get in the ring, our referees assess their skills and abilities the minute that bell rings. We get an indication of what the referee has to work with during that fight. In addition to that, unbeknownst to Bruce and several other people, there are fights that I do approve that I think are borderline. And I go up to the referee and say, look, I approve this fight. I said, but I think it's borderline. I said, I don't want you showing prejudice and bias. I want the fight to go the way it's supposed to go, but I do want you to know that, I thought this was a close one on whether I should approve it or not. But, you're the sole arbitrator in the fight, but I think this way, not only is the referee looking for that at the beginning, I'm putting a little icing on the cake to say, hey, watch this one a little bit, just be weary of this particular fight. And so far it's worked out for us, so it might be something, if you don't do it, you might want to consider doing it.
And look, we're getting a little short on time. So this is the cause of death. The reason I pointed out this pie chart, I thought it was interesting because, there are things, if you have good medicine and you have, there are ways, and hopefully this pie chart decreases as far as the number of nobody knows, But I think that's interesting. And then I talked on this yesterday, so I don't have to talk on it again. So really, that's it. I didn't want to point this out. This is a great book. You should all read it. Okay? He knows. That's one of his kids. This professor decided to do an experiment, went and trained, signed up, fought MMA. I won't tell you if he won or lost. And he's a researcher, and he went into why men fight and why we like to watch. So that's it.
These are the fighters, 36 this year, that fought under suspension. We have 36 this year that fought under suspension. You got to remember, that federal law states you cannot fight while under suspension. That's a federal law. It's also in our bylaws of the ABC that we would uphold each other's suspension. Come January, coming January, every 6 months, we're going to publish this on Fight News. If you're on there, you're on there. It gets published on Fight News starting January 1. If you're on there, you're on there.
Does that cover the fighters fighting MMA?
I believe it does. I believe it does. Let's try, when we have this convention next year, let's try to keep this down to maybe 4 or 5. We kind of got away from this. 4 or 5 maybe next year. Let's try to make that a goal for the commission. You got a guy on suspension, don't let him fight. Just don't let him fight. Can't do it. It's on suspension. Matchmakers know that he's on suspension. Boom, can't fight. 36. That's a little too many.
I just wanted to add one last thing. This has been an incredible seminar. I learned a lot from Bob Bennett in the audience, and Greg and Andy. I've been present at 11 ring deaths, and I hope there's never another one, but we know the risks involved. I would like to urge all the commissioners here, and not just the commissioners, but your medical staff and everyone else involved in the show, look carefully at your fighters. Shaky. He twitches his eyes, and I'm not comfortable with his condition. When Mark Ratner was the executive director here, we had many discussions about the welfare of a fighter and his health, and he pulled the tickets. He yanked the licenses on a couple kids. So if you think there's any reason for concern, you don't necessarily have to pull his license, but at least urge that he be really comprehensively checked out, because we've had good fighters go. I predicted, believe it or not, I predicted a couple ring deaths. I told the managers, I told promoters, you guys are going to die in the ring. And when you've been around as long as I have, you see certain signs, and I would like you guys to be very conscious of this and be aware that these guys are, it's a life and death struggle, literally. So pay attention to the fighters, please. Thank you.
Thank you guys for that presentation. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Peoples and the IBF. They've agreed to hold their presentation until after a lunch break. So if we could, we still have a lot of stuff to do. Will you guys just take a 1-hour lunch break, and then we'll come back and we'll hit up the IBF presentation. Thank you.
Selection Committee. I'd like to tell you what towns were in the running, but I can only remember the top 3. They were, in order of choice by last year's ABC, Boston, Foxwoods, and Nashville, and there were 2 more, but they were distant 4 and 5. So Boston, that we hoped for, the lowest rate we could get was $240, and it was at the airport. It was not downtown. I didn't think anybody would like the charge or the location. The next choice was Foxwoods, although Jody McCormick from Alabama made a good case for Nashville because it was close for him. So Foxwoods was delighted, and our good friend Kenny Reels from Mashantucket Tribe has had some health issues. He felt like he wasn't going to be able to handle that. If you know Kenny, if you have his email address, I know he'd love to hear from every one of you. Just, hey, missed you, man. See you next year. So he called his friend at a neighboring competitive casino named Mohegan Sun. Honestly, this is how it worked. And Mohegan Sun will be the host site next year. I've been on the site selection committee for 3 years. Wait. Hey, Mike, shh. How much do Mohegan rooms cost? Somebody else had been there. Who's been to Mohegan? They have cheaper rooms because I've stayed in one, but you're about right. About $250 on the weekend is the cheapest room you can get. They drop down in the hundreds, 180 for the weekdays. It's a huge facility. It is a lovely facility. And I would have to tell you that your president, I thought, was going to lose his job. Now, let me explain why that happened. One of my commitments to all of you as I was appointed to the site selection committee was that I would really try to always keep your facility at CONUS or government rate to make it easier to get slid through your approval departments. We were able to do that in San Diego. It didn't happen in Clearwater either year, but I did get the room rate in San Diego. The Monte Carlo best, and the CONUS rate is $98. And guess what your rate will be at the Mohegan Sun? $98. Yay, Mike. We have, that's the rate for the whole conference. So I know Kenny, I'm hoping that Kenny will, of course, be there to welcome everybody along with Mike. That's going to be next July. It is not the first. The dates will be at the banquet tonight. Tricia, would you like to play everybody's room will be new.
It's not measured by the breaths we take, but by the moments that take our breath away. Life is the unlimited possibilities all around us. It's the interesting people we meet, the epic places we see, the incredible memories we create. Life is always going on. All you have to do is choose to live it. Full of life. Mohegan Sun.
And we will all be in the new tower. Your rooms will be brand new next year.
Tell you, Lydia and I started at the room rate of $205, and we got down to $98. So, you know, the tribe really wants you there. It really wants to be part of this. And I got to thank Kenny Reels because he's fighting a tough fight right now. And if you can send something to him, I wish you would. All right, that's all I can say. He's been with me for 20 years. Kenny's been over there just as longer than I have. And he's fighting a real tough one. So if you can send something to Kenny, he'd really appreciate it. So he said to me, just you take it and I'll be there. So hopefully he'll be there.
And his email is on the ABC boxing.com website. Just go to Mashantucket or maybe Connecticut. I can't remember which way it's listed. Mashantucket's the tribe name. It's in the state of Connecticut. Anyway, I hope that you all know that the board really worked for you on this one and will work just as hard next year. Thanks for everybody for being here. Last little housekeeping session. The banquet will be in halls 4 and 5 to my right, your left. The banquet, the auction items will be set up in there. Cocktail hour starts at 6. Jesse James Leha, former lightweight champion, will be speaking at 7 at the end of the cocktail hour. And then we'll go through a wonderful dinner buffet. And at 8 o'clock, Muhammad Ali's daughter, Rashida Ali Walsh, will be speaking. She is a national board member for Parkinson's disease. So, and we also have another surprise. We have 2 surprises that we're not releasing just at this point. But the auction items, we've got some great ones over there. I got to tell you, folks, you came through with the auction items. You only got 2 emails this year, one several months ago, and then I followed up with an email. And nearly everybody brought something. So I thank you. You guys are what make this. Thanks, everybody.
Nice job, Lydia. All right, let's get out of here. We're going to rock and roll. I like to be out by 2:30, 3 o'clock. So next up on deck, actually next up, is, guys, I have to say I am extremely happy to say that we have 3 out of the 4 largest sanctioning bodies back in the fold with the ABC. They haven't been combined here together in probably 8, 9, 10 years. So with that said, I want to welcome the WBO, John Duggan, and IBF, Daryl Peoples, to the mic.
Thanks for allowing us to the opportunity to address all of you. As Mike said, and as most of you know, most of us are fixtures here at the ABC convention. We've been here for many years. A lot of you we know, a lot of you we don't know. Times have gotten better as far as the relationship between the ABC and the sanctioning organizations, in part due to us having familiarity with most of you and working in your jurisdictions. One of the things that I want to reiterate, and is most important to us, is we're not adversaries. We have a regulatory function very similar to yours. When we have sanctioned events in your jurisdictions, we are guests in your house, and we want to work with you cooperatively. We do have different functions, the assignment of officials, but we're here to regulate our sanctioned events. We're not here to try and impress upon you how you're supposed to do your business. The exact opposite is true. With the IBF, our rules state clearly that if there is a disagreement with IBF rules and is the bout be conducted under the unified rules. So we're on the same page more often than we're not. John Duggan is with me, who is the vice president of the WBO. I also have Lindsay Tucker, who is our championships chairman, who you deal with far more often than you deal with me. And I have Richard DeCure, who is on the executive board of the WBO. We all got together, well, John and I, we all got together and we figured we'd combine this into one, because as far as sanctioning bodies go, we have the same information to present, and Mike's trying to get you out by 2:30. So with that, I'm going to ask John to make a few comments. At the end of this, we'll open up the floor to any questions that you may have of us. And again, thank you for welcoming us. This is a transitional year for the ABC, and we wish you guys the best of luck. Ask any questions that you want to ask, and remember, we're in this together. We're not your adversaries. We're here to work together. Okay, John?
Thank you, Joe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is John Duggan with the WBO, and first I'd like to congratulate you all on the occasion of your 28th conference, the 2016 convention of the ABC. Your Kentucky commissioner this morning mentioned something that points to one of the most important points of tangential between a sanctioning body and a commission under the American system, and that is that both sanctioning bodies and commissions are not engaged in the business of boxing. We don't sell anything, as you don't sell anything. We perform a service to boxing, and I've had the privilege of participating in ABC-administered events around the world and also in the United States, and I have to observe that the professionalism and the integrity and the competence of the ABC affiliates are not exceeded anywhere in the world. Now, boxing is a world sport, and we did a quick tabulation of the world champions. Of the 68 world champions, 11 or 16% are Americans. 14 are from UK. 9 are from Mexico. There are 21 countries in the world that have incumbent world champions. And, you know, that's the perspective that I think would be helpful for you to understand what we are. Both the WBO, the IBF, the WBC, and the WBA are international, not-for-profit, non-governmental organizations. We do not administer boxing matches. Our host commissions do, whether it's an ABC member or a member overseas. Our membership are the national commissions of the countries that are engaged in professional boxing. And prior to the Muhammad Ali Act, American commissions were members of the sanctioning bodies as well, but that act, you know, divided that, and so American commissions no longer directly participate in the sanctioning bodies. However, we do relate in the same fashion that we do to our members, in that the member nation or the host commission conducts the boxing event. The sanctioning body has really only two functions. We rate boxers and sanction championships. So when an event is conducted in your jurisdiction, there is no overlap of jurisdiction between the WBO, the IBF, or you. All we do is supervise the award of our championship. Everything relating to the conduct of the event is conducted by the host commission in the same way it is for any other type of event. In America, we have basically governmental commissions run by state agencies. Overseas, there's 3 types of national commissions. The most common one and the oldest of the international commissions are generally not-for-profit trusts that have been established within a country, such as the British Boxing Board of Control or the BDB in Germany. These trusts are generally, they select trustees who are recognized as esteemed within the boxing community, and they conduct the regulation of boxing according to a charter, for instance, from the Crown in England or from, you know, the government of Germany. The second type of regulation is the governmental model, such as in the United States or Mexico or the Philippines. And the third type is the unregulated. Surprisingly, there's quite a few countries in the world that have no boxing regulations whatsoever. In those instances, if a promoter chooses to conduct a championship there, they sometimes seek to engage a commissioner to come and conduct the event for them. Surprisingly, China is one of those. You know, they don't have a national commission. They have voluntary private commissions that a promoter can relate with, and the government has no licensing or regulation, even though it's a communist country. Basically, sanctioning bodies and ABC associates and affiliates share many values. The first is that we both have as our purpose the promotion and enhancement of the integrity and success of the sport of professional boxing worldwide. Secondly, we seek to promote uniform rules. The WBO and the IBF WBA and the WBC have all adopted the ABC uniform rules worldwide for all of our activities. And finally, we support the rules, standards, and practices that maximize the health and benefit to our competitors. Some certain initiatives for cooperation. We had some brief discussions with Mike Mazzulli that the ABC may be offering or organizing associate memberships for international commissions. And, you know, we've discussed that with Mike and also with some of the international commissions, and they're very interested in that. They think it would be a good thing. They, you know, would have the resources and interest to attend your convention, perhaps on a non-voting basis or however you would do it. And, you know, these conventions would continue to be a forum for cooperation and exchange of best practices around the world. We also support ring training. We have tried to establish ABC certification as a minimal qualification for all of our ring officials worldwide. Part of that suggests, and that's why we want to have ABC training at all of our conventions, because obviously we can't ask officials around the world to have ABC certification if we don't offer it at our convention. So the ABC has cooperated for the last several years, and we've had judges and referee training at our convention with ABC certification. And finally, we've adopted the uniform rules. Do you have any comments, questions, or anything that you'd like to discuss about sanctioning organizations? Well, one thing that I would like to say is that worldwide, probably boxing has never been a larger sport. A lot of people perceive that it's down in the United States because it's very difficult to compete with American professional sports for marketing and publicity. But probably boxing has never been as popular or as successful in Europe, Asia, South America, or the Caribbean as it is right now. We recently have had, you know, great encouragement that professional boxing is becoming very interesting and popular in the two largest populations in the world, China and India. We've been engaged in China since 2007. They have had a great deal of success in establishing a series of professional boxing in Macau especially, but they're also starting to have them in mainland China as well. And one of the biggest barriers they have is that they do not have any tradition of paying for tickets. The people of China expect to get a ticket comped to them, and it makes it very difficult for promoters. The Macau events kind of follow the casino model, as in Las Vegas, where a lot of the tickets are supplied by the casino to their frequent gamblers. And that has been a great draw in Macau, as it is in Las Vegas and several other cities, where it impacts and encourages, you know, the hosts' businesses as a feature for their people. We recently did an event in India, and I'm encouraged that India, although they don't have a long tradition of boxing, has had a very successful rise in amateur boxing. They've had 2 medalists at the last several Olympics, and a boxer, a guy named Virjender Singh, was voted as the most popular sports figure in India. You know, more than the cricket guys or, you know, the other sports that are immensely more visible and more popular in India. And he had his India debut in June of 2016. They had a very successful event. They had 7,000 paid attendants and about 2.1 million pay-per-view sales in India, of all places. So we're encouraged that, you know, they are accepting and adopting the professional model of boxing. They're not going to team boxing or some extension of their Olympic team in both India and China. So, you know, the model of boxing that we know and are used to is succeeding and thriving around the world. So, yes, sir.
For all the gentlemen up there, and this is going to sound like an accusatory question. I promise you it's not. I'm seeking knowledge, and I'm asking this from an MMA perspective. So when you go to a nation that doesn't have any sort of regulatory body, you cited China, for instance.
Right.
If fighters are under ABC suspension and any of those third-party countries that don't have not a sanctioning body, but a regulatory body. How is that situation dealt with? And the reason I ask from an MMA perspective, there are a lot of countries, for instance, Great Britain, there's no MMA equivalent to that.
You know, that has never come up in our experience. We've never had a boxer because primarily the promoter that's doing most of the major events in China is Top Rank, and they have pretty high standards. You know, they are not bringing unqualified boxers. They can't sell them. You know, they have a brand to maintain. And I think they're concerned about liability, and I think they're also concerned about their brand. How would it be handled? I mean, there would be no law against it. You know, a boxer under American suspension right now can box in Europe or South America or Africa if they choose to. The commission there can respect the suspension within their own discretion. I don't know if they do or if they always would. But a boxer under suspension would basically not be within our interest because, you know, he wouldn't be fighting for a world championship or a regional championship. Yes?
And it's a little different. As far as IBF titles and eliminators, it's explicitly in our rules that if you're on suspension, among some other things, you're unavailable. So you can't participate in an IBF sanctioned contest if you're under suspension.
So, and I'm not casting aspersions on Germany, but for instance, hypothetically, Germany, would they allow a fighter to fight if they were under ABC suspension?
It depends. They should not. That's just my opinion, because I think that suspension should be honored globally.
Right.
You guys aren't putting someone on suspension for no reason. However, as in some other countries, there's 3 professional boxing commissions in Germany. So it gets a little convoluted, and that's where we need to step up to the plate and deal with it accordingly.
Everybody, what's your personal opinion on that? And again, I'm asking, seeking knowledge from the MMA perspective, because you guys have a lot more experience on this.
Our position as far as multiple
as far
commissions,
as suspended fighters from the ABC fighting outside of the jurisdiction of the ABC.
I am against it.
Is that?
And
Yeah.
I guess that John would echo.
Yeah, we certainly
the same
would.
sentiment.
It's a slippery slope because we're not the IOC or FIFA.
The medical, it depends. I think the attitude of the overseas commissions might depend on what the resident of the boxer was. In other words, if a boxer from Colombia was on suspension in America, and he passed his physical and had his requisite documentation, they might take a different attitude than if an American boxer was on suspension in America. I have to say I don't know enough about MMA to comment on it. You know, I respect it as a sport, and
no, I'm just curious from your boxing
know
perspective.
How and I'm not
Right.
totally sure how MMA is structured, because you kind of have a unified business with, you know, the UFC and the boxers all working for one another, and it's a little different than our model. So, and frankly, there isn't as much MMA overseas. I don't know how it's penetrating or how successful that is, but we just don't encounter it as much as we do in America, where it's very popular.
That's great. Thank you, guys. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
Thank you. And I thought, again, I know there's been a lot of discussion about doping, and of course our policy, as any organization would be, is to encourage strict and vigilant and comprehensive anti-doping. However, we don't conduct it, and just because we don't do it doesn't mean we don't want it done, but it is within the jurisdiction and authority of our members or of our affiliates or of the ABC members to conduct anti-doping. It's not our jurisdiction or authority to do so under our rules. We do, however, respect the decision of the host commission. If somebody is disqualified because of a violation of the doping regulations, that disqualification will result in the boxer losing the fight and losing its championship. Richard? Nope. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your collegial support.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you attending, and you know what? We'll see you next year as well. All right, next topic. We have 2 topics left. I don't know if a lot of you guys know, I've known some of these Canadian commissions and international commissions that have been here longer than, geez, I know Pat Reed's been coming here for 15 years. And right now, they are considered associate members. Now, what we would like to do, the board of directors, is we're going to have Pat come up here and discuss why he feels the Canadian Commission should become members. We're going to form a committee, and we're going to address it next year. So with that, Pat, please come up. And if there's any other Canadian Commission that would like to address the body, you can. But please, let's make it less than 3 minutes apiece. You can, yeah, right there is fine.
The point is we've got Canadian Commission members that sit on all your committees. They sit on the medical committee. They sit on the technical committee. They've been active on the ABC for years. And the question has come up more than once about why are the Canadian Commission's affiliate members paying fees and so on and being affiliate members and not voting members. And one of the arguments I heard was, well, we don't want commissions outside of the U.S. voting on the Muhammad Ali Act or anything to do with U.S. legislation. Well, maybe it's not obvious, but I think if we were involved, we would be abstaining any time there was any vote that had to do with the Muhammad Ali Act. That's just from, I guess, my point of view. So we were asking about membership. Just so you know, we understand the complications of bringing in other countries and numbers of votes and who's in charge. What was one suggestion from Canada was that if we had a vote per province, there are only 10 provinces. Right now there are only 7 provincial commissions in Canada. So provincial votes, if every province got a vote, the maximum would be 10. We do not have criteria to suggest how that would be set up. In the particular province that I'm located, we have about 9 municipal commissions, so there's an issue there, but we can sort that out. And we have 2 provinces that are defunct right now with commissions but working on legislation. So the numbers are pretty small. I think the contribution is pretty large. Having said that, we have some tribal commissions, we have provincial commissions, and we have municipal commissions. And the suggestion was that we put together a paper for you and circulate it sometime during the year so that this could be voted on next year in terms of a voting issue that has to do with Canada. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Cristiano.
This is our second year as an associate member. It was from day one, ever since we were founded, it was our goal to be not to be a part of the ABC, but to work side by side with the ABC. Because even though it was Brazil and the state of Rio, not New Jersey, that created Vale Tudo. It was New Jersey and ABC and its members that created the MMA professional sport. So from day one, we understood that we had to be side by side. We couldn't do anything different from the ABC. On the contrary, I think we had to work exactly the same or the closest we could be. So I think shutting down our participation, especially on a issue that happened yesterday regarding the rules, is acting regionally and it's not thinking globally. MMA is a global sport. Some promoters that some of you regulate, we regulate in Brazil. I mean, we've done over 40 local events and over 20 international events, so I think we are prepared to start this participation, more effective participation in all senses. So my suggestion regarding Brazil, I don't know if we could do specific related to Brazil, but if we can become a full power voting member, limit to the subjects or to the topics we can vote, such as the one yesterday's. And anything different when it comes to laws, legislation, and certain issues that are strictly related to U.S., we won't have any participation in that. But the rest that will impact the sport itself in our region, I think we should deserve that right.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to Pat's point where Canada is, like so I kind of addressed it yesterday. Federally, we've done a lot of great work in the last year in terms of bringing people together. And even when we went around yesterday to talk about the region reports, that's something like I would like to see a Canadian region that we can kind of let some of the knowledge that we're gaining and some of the progress that we're doing. Because a lot of the shows, like I said, we're probably doing, Pat just off the top of his head and myself, probably 50 to 60 shows across the country featuring, like I said, probably 5 or 6 Americans or Mexicans or whatever on every card. So, like I said, I see a benefit to us being on there. And just for us coming down here, this has been by far and away one of the most valuable conferences in the last 3 years that I've been to, as opposed to last year maybe seeing the tag team MMA presentation and the young kids versus all the paperwork that I'm bringing home. Fantastic job, and like I said, we'd love the way that the direction's going.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I got to tell you, it's not just me. I mean, there's a lot of people involved, and you guys see them running around and working hard, and we want everybody involved. So don't think you guys can sit there the whole time and watch. I mean, the more people involved, the better, and that's what we're all about because we're a team. So what I would like to do, I would like to make a motion to organize a committee to actually provide us with some data on the Canadians becoming members as well as other international commissions. Now, what I see maybe a 5-year requirement to come to every meeting, and then at that point, the body will vote. But that's what I'm thinking. But if so, I like to put a motion on the floor to second by Sean Wheelock. Okay, let's any discussion. All right. I would also, I will appoint Pat as the chairperson, and I'm going to put Cowboy on it because he's a legal guy. Thank you, Cowboy. So I think that'll be very helpful to have an attorney on it. Any other questions on that? Okay, let's move on. We have a couple more votes. We need to adopt the new rules for unified boxing. The unified rules for boxing. Any comments? Has anybody reviewed those? They're reviewed. So, Cowboy, you want to come up and do a roll call, and we'll do the vote on those? Yeah, well, let Cowboy do all that motion stuff. Yeah, was there any emotion there?
I don't remember whether there was a motion filed yesterday or not. I don't believe there was a motion yet.
Do we have to vote on the motion for the committee and the international bodies?
He did.
He just took a second. Now we have to vote on the motion.
Okay. Yeah, I recorded it. So don't worry about it. Okay. Okay, we're going to back up here for just a second and just to talk for a second about let's finish up the Canadian commission, the committee deal, just to make sure that we've got a clear vote on it. I didn't hear Mike say all in favor. So I think he gave everybody a chance for discussion on that topic. Is there any further discussion before we go to a vote on setting up the committee? I just want to say that now I've been dragged into the committee. I am technically opposed to it, but formally. But so we're going to go all in favor of setting up a committee to consider full membership for Canadian commissions and other outside jurisdictions to consider to bring back to the body next year. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion carries. All right, now we're moving on to the boxing changes. The boxing changes, there was a full presentation on that, and the information was provided to folks. Is there a motion on the floor to adopt the proposed changes recommended by the committee? So moved by Brian Dunn from the great state of Nebraska. Is there a second? A second by North Dakota. Any discussion on topic of changes to the unified rules of boxing that have been proposed and are now before the full body?
Just one. Look, these unified rules were a pain in the ass many years ago to get approved. I appreciate you keep working. What I ask, though, to use these unified rules for all your boxing, not just the 10-round championship boxing. You're confusing the public when we go back and forth. You're confusing the boxers. You're confusing your refs. If you adopt them for all your fights all the time. That makes things a lot easier for everybody.
Any further discussion on the proposed changes to the unified rules of boxing? I don't want to miss anybody. All in favor of the proposed changes to the boxing rules presented by the committee, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we have the, I left my copy of the, do you have an extra copy of the bylaw? Yeah, I'm sorry. She's got them over here. Dunn. Dunn was behind the curve as usual there, so it's. All right, so we have a total of 4 proposed changes to the bylaws. Does anybody have questions about the format of the bylaw changes that have been passed out to everybody and everybody has had an opportunity to look at? Yes, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Isn't number 3 what the committee is going to be discussing? Or am I missing something?
Mazzulli, the question that's been presented is number 3, expanding the ABC membership. It says section 2.1A, associate member, and it has then it's actually the first paragraph on the next page, that's the additional language to it. All right, do you want me to, should I go through them individually then?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, then we're going to go through them individually at this point in time. So the first bylaw change, the language for clarifying what a member in good standing is, and here's what the proposed additional language is regarding dues. Dues must be paid no later than 90 days after the start of a calendar year, or said member or associate member shall be placed on notice for an additional 90 days. At the end of 180 days, any and all professional events held by said commission shall be deemed non-sanctioned in the official record-keeping sources until the member is current on dues. That is the proposal. Is there you have a question?
by the time of the ABC that and say, all dues and registration fees must be paid by the day of the first day of the convention. If not, you cannot vote at that convention. That's really the only authority as the ABC that we have.
Secretary Walsh, is a lawyer, do you have a legal opinion on that?
Yeah, way to put me on the spot there. Well, no, I mean my legal opinion is the question is the about the enforceability. We could put any mark we want to next to it on the official record. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, I'm not commenting on that. We're not saying that the bout couldn't happen. We're not saying the bout couldn't be reported. But you know, just looking at it from a purely legal standpoint and the enforceability of it, we can put any denotation by it we wanted to.
Well, your bylaws, this is a legal opinion, don't give you authority to sanction bouts to be given. If your bylaws had something in there that says the ABC sanctions bouts, then you arguably, putting aside this Muhammad Ali accusation, could do this. But the bouts are sanctioned in various ways, but not by the ABC.
Here's what I'm going to propose at this point. It looks to me like we got some work being done on that and some possible language issues and possible changes for amendment purposes. My suggestion is before we go into this any deeper, that we give them a chance to work on it and maybe just move on to the next one at this point in time. Yeah, before Matt, go ahead, Matt.
I've got one more suggestion. If we're going to label paid members inactive and active, can we get some verbiage in that as well? I mean, I'd just like to see that clarified, what constitutes active versus inactive.
An active member versus an inactive member for, okay? And, all right. I think that seems like a good idea. And please, I'm getting asked questions here on it. I don't want anything that I say. I'm just running this part of the meeting. I don't want anything I say to be considered endorsing or opposing any of the provisions here. Let's go ahead, though, and move on to number 2 regarding improving financial accountability. And then we'll go back to 1 once we've had a chance to look at it a little more detail and okay, thank you. So what Lydia's down here telling me, and I'm just going to go ahead and do just like I did for the first one, the second proposed bylaw change is improving financial accountability. And Lydia was just pointing out to me the basic purpose of this was to, we had a motion on the floor yesterday or the other day that approved the Finance Committee. The purpose of this is to kind of put into our bylaws and our provisions that we are governed by what we talked about when that was approved. So the specific language which would be added to Section 4.9 duties of the treasurer would be, the treasurer shall have a supervisory body of no fewer than 7 members that shall serve as an oversight committee. The treasurer can invite no more than 3 members to the Finance Committee, with the remainder of the Board of Directors appointing at least the other 4. The financial guidelines as attached as Exhibit A shall be utilized. And that was what everybody got yesterday. I will consider any motion to approve number 2. Tricia it has been moved. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Roberson. Is there any discussion? Is there anybody who would seek a roll call vote on this provision? Any member can ask for it for any reason. It appears to me that there is no discussion and there is no member that is asking for a roll call vote, so I will go to a voice vote for this. All in favor of number 2, approving financial accountability and adding the language as amended, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. There is a noted nay. The ayes have it, and it has carried.
Thank you, though, Andy. I appreciate the vote.
Number 3 has been withdrawn with the approval of the committee that has been set up. So we will move to number 4 at this time, which is expanding authority. I will just read the additional language to the missions, Section 1.3. Section 1.3 under name. The name of this association is the International Association of Boxing Commission and Combat Sports. The name change is meant to encompass Section 1.3 missions A, and does not alter the authority nor responsibilities set forth in the Professional Boxing Safety Act. That is the proposed change to the name. Is there a motion? Got a question? And I'll have people to answer the question, but yes, what is the question?
Thank you. You guys know that I'm fairly new. I don't say a whole lot, but this international, I thought we just had somebody say that we were going to form a committee to look at international applicants, and they wanted to wait 5 years, and we want to wait 5 years, and now we want to call this have a new name that says international. We're not really international if we.
And I can let President Mazzulli address that. Here's what I will just say, and again, I don't want. I'm just trying to answer a question and give information. I'm not trying to sway anything on this. But what I will say is we already have members from other countries and states. They're already associate members. They're already involved, and they're already participating at some level. This does not change authority. It does not change anything else. It just simply acknowledges the fact that we actually already are an international organization. I think that's the intent. Do you have anything,
No,
President Mazzulli?
absolutely. This Joe Walsh did the research on it, and it does not adversely affect the Muhammad Ali Act at all. International, we use international because of the individuals that are associate members. Now, if we want to remove the international and have Association of Boxing Commissioners and Combative Sports, listen, it's long overdue. We all know that. All right? So that was our intent as the board of directors and the regional directors, because the regional directors were on board with this as well. So we went out to the body, we went out to the regional directors. These are proposed bylaw changes, guys. These aren't, we're not saying we're shoving these down your throat. This is proposed. If you have concerns or comments, please tell us. That's a good example. Do we wait until next year and address the international if we come across adding the internationals to the body as full members? So please don't sit down and not say anything. If you have concerns and comments, stand up. That's what we're here for. We're not here to rush to get out of this place, even though I'm ready to go for a walk. But let's do it. Let's do this the right way. And these bylaw changes are very, very important. These are very important.
As you know, I'm your treasurer. I'm not a member of the ABC. I'm only an inspector for the lowly state of Arkansas. I just want to address the international and the combative sports. I don't know who in here does not regulate combative sports, but in talking with the IRS, the goal would be to have the Association of Boxing Commissions and combative sports regulators, because there are states that only regulate combative sports. It seems like by putting the word in boxing, we almost pretend that this body is not gravely concerned. Come on, what have you been talking about for 3 days? Not gravely concerned about the other combative sports. That's the intent, only because I typed it up. Thank you.
All right, so I think what we'll do is move into a discussion phase after we see if we have a motion for it, and we'll give everybody a chance. But I think what President Mazzulli and Treasurer Robertson are saying here is nobody's going to have their ego hurt or feel really bad if there's discussion about it and disagreement about what the name ought to be moving forward. So let's have a good discussion about it, and let's just have an open, honest discussion about it and see where we're at on this, okay? So that's the motion. Do I have that's the proposal. Do I have a motion to adopt number 4, expanding authority and the name change? Is there such a motion?
The name change being what?
Yes. The name change as is, and before we can discuss it any further, there has to be a motion and a second. Is there a motion? So moved by? Is there a second? Second by New Hampshire. Is there discussion? Let me repeat it. I'm going to repeat it as exactly as it's written, because what's on the floor now with New Hampshire's second is the name of this association is the International Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports. The name change is meant to encompass Section 1.3 Missions A and does not alter the authority nor responsibilities set forth in the Professional Boxer Safety Act. The name I just said is the name of what's on the floor. That's fine. They said a different name. The one that's on the floor is the one that's in the paper.
Association of Boxing Commissions and Combative Sports. We do it. It's time. Even old little pissant like me, we got to change. But I like keeping ABC in there. I'm comfortable with that language.
Is there anybody else? I think we'd like to hear from more people here on the topic. Yes.
Yes.
You just did. In just a moment, I got to have a second first before we can go on. Yes. I'm sorry, I got bad eyes, so if I'm looking, it's not. All right, we have a second to, as I understand, the motion to amend was simply to strike the word international. So now the language would read, and I'm just going to read the first sentence of section 1.1. The name of this association is the Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports.
For just a second.
And no, there was somebody else that I had to acknowledge over here first, or maybe not. I think maybe.
When I first heard of the ABC many years ago, I assumed you were international because it didn't say the American Association of Boxing Commissions. It just said the Association of Boxing Commissions.
The next comment was over here.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify a legal point. Legal point of order. As a lawyer who oversees 42 boards for the state that I work in, South Carolina, my name's Dean Grigg, by the way, you have to have the first motion withdrawn before you can entertain any other motions. I'm not opposed to the second motion. I just want to make sure we've done it the right way.
Wait, hold on a second.
You have to have the first, you've already taken a second, and you're already at the discussion phase. To take an amendment, you have to have it withdrawn. That's all I'm asking. I'm just asking that it's done the right way.
Now I don't know what rules they use. I don't know what rules they use in South Carolina, but there can be an amendment to a motion that's presently pending on the floor without a withdrawal here. So that's what we've got right now. There can be a motion to amend it, and there is. Further discussion. What I'm going to do for further discussion to the amendment is I'm going to ask people to line up over here behind Tricia if you want an opportunity to talk, because I can't tell who's raising their hands first. So let's have a race to get behind Tricia there. Next comment, Mr. Langless.
Just take a minute, folks, and look around. We are an international organization, and I'm probably the most patriotic, dedicated American I can possibly be. But if you look at the training we got this weekend, Jaron's Canadian, Cristiano from Brazil. We have an international organization. I don't understand the hang-up with calling it the International Association of Boxing Commissions. That's it.
Thank you for the comment. Next, and please, when you start to make your comments, if you just identify yourself and then make your comments.
Todd Neal, Kentucky. My only comment is about the wording. Okay, it says, and listen to this, Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports. It makes no sense. It should be Association of Boxing and Combat Sports Commissions. I know it's all English, but I mean, I'm not an English scholar, but it makes sense to add and combat sports commissions. There's an IRS issue. Well, that opens a different can of worms with everything, folks. So
Todd's point is well taken. It makes more sense. However, the Muhammad Ali Act states the Association of Boxing Commissions shall, will, does. So we have to keep those three words together. What you amend in front or behind is okay, but we cannot break up the wording Association of Boxing Commissions. That's a fact.
All right.
Okay, if that's the fact, then will the Muhammad Ali Act be amended to say Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports? Because you're talking a different entity.
No, I just...
Legally. Pat, English, what do you think?
Next comment.
I was just going to add, if you keep that as it is without the international, you still can keep your acronym ABC because it's combat sports. So, and because you don't want to really confuse the public about who you are. And association could mean international. It doesn't exclude international.
And I think one of the I will just say this, and again, I don't want my comments to be interpreted as taking a position on it, but I will just say this. One of the things that we considered when the board was discussing this all along was keeping the branding of ABC and Association of Boxing Commissions together. And whether it's proper English or not, that was what was going on in the board's mind. But I'll just also remind everybody that at this point, the discussion is about the amendment. The amendment proposed is dropping the word international. And so if you have a comment or about something else other than the word international and dropping that in the current amendment, please wait until we get back to the original motion, which we'll deal with as soon as we have dealt with this amendment. Do you have is there another comment about the amendment on the floor at this time?
Katie Crossway from the United Nations. I was debating on this. I was thinking of amending the amendment of the amendments of some sort. Instead of combat sports, combative sports. I know that may sound so petty, but being a member of the military, to have combat, I know that's what we do, but I think I know it's a fine line. I know it might be silly, but that's how I look at that.
Thank you. Is there another comment on?
No, this is Lee from Texas, and I concur. That's the only thing I was going to say. Combative. Is that a motion?
We cannot entertain a motion on that amendment at this time.
I'm just saying combative because Texas calls it combative sports.
Okay, and once we've dealt with this one, then we'll entertain a motion for combative instead of combat. Is there any further discussion with regard to the amendment on the floor, striking the word international? That is correct. The question was, and let me make sure I got the question correct before I answer it. The question was, there can be further amendments. And can there be further amendments? And the answer is yes. Once this one is dealt with, we can move to further amendments. Any further discussion about the word international? Does Andy Foster have a comment?
I've not been paying attention because I've been doing something else. But yeah, I've got to agree with, like, I just like ABC and put it in the mission statement. We do combat sports. I don't know. I mean, it's ABC in the federal law. I mean, I think the federal law, I think that's what gives this organization some bit of authority. I don't know. You can put it in the combat. I mean, like in the name, but it's in the combat sports.
We will stay Association of Boxing Commissioners. We all do other things other than boxing, correct? So I don't foresee it being an issue if it says, and we've already researched this, it's not the issue with the IRS, and our tax ID is up and running, Association of Boxing Commissioners and Combative Sports. The logo is just like the logo out front, but it's going to say and Combative Sports. I mean, if we don't want to do it, we don't have to. This is a great discussion, gentlemen. But let's first deal with the word international, and we're going to take it to a vote at this time. Yeah, international's out. He's opposed to international, so yes. Move to call the question. We're calling the question at this point. So yes, we're going to. Would anybody like to have a roll call vote on this word international? I see a hand raised, so we're going to go to a roll call vote, and I'm going to start going through it this time for roll call. Okay. The issue is an amendment to the motion that would simply strike the word international. So this piece of paper that has been passed around, the issue is whether we're going to strike through the word international and take international out of the current motion that's pending. Does everybody understand? So if you say aye, you will be voting to take the word international out. If you vote nay, you will be voting to leave the word international in. There was a request for a roll call vote, and we're going to honor the request for the... Oh! The request has been withdrawn. We will go to a voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The word international has been stricken. Now we move back to the motion on the floor, which is the name of this association is the Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports. I would like to hear from, is there discussion? Further discussion on this topic?
A motion to, this is Lee from Texas, a motion to change combat to combative.
The motion on the floor by Lee from Texas is to change the word combat and the phrase combat sports to combative sports. Is there a second? I'll take the second from Mazzulli, although it is noted that numerous people have tried to do that. Is there any discussion on changing the word from combat to combative? Any discussion at all? There is no discussion. We're going to go to a voice vote. All in favor of this amendment to change the word combat to combative, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. All right, it's now combative. We still have to vote on the question. All right. I'm going to read it one more time, and then everybody's got one last chance for discussion, but I'm going to keep this moving as it looks like whatever it is. The name of this association is the Association of Boxing Commissions and Combative Sports. Is there any further discussion on this topic? Yes, sir.
Are we going to keep the acronym ABC? Yes. Good to go.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion on the original motion? Seeing none, is there anybody who wishes to go to a roll call vote? Seeing none, is there, if you vote aye, you are voting in favor of this change to the bylaws. If you vote nay, you are voting against it. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. President Mazzulli, are we prepared to deal with number one? The dues issue.
I would like to table number one until next conference.
Number one is tabled, doesn't require a second. It's withdrawn by the president.
And that wasn't withdrawn. It was a proposal. Doesn't mean we're going to do it, just so you guys know. This is for discussion. These bylaw changes it's all of us. It's not just the board of directors and the regional directors. And I appreciate it. We did a lot in the last 20 minutes. We changed the name, so now every MMA fighter, every Muay Thai, Sundo, American kickboxing, and all that other stuff knows that we're going to help them regulate the sport to the best of our ability. So just remember that. This is very big. I want to thank you guys. When it comes to... Wait, Counselor, yes.
I apologize. It was pointed out by a member, and this was important, and I think I'm glad it was pointed out before we got everybody out of here. There's one issue. In Article 8 of our Constitution, it does say if there is an amendment to the Constitution, that change has to be given 12 hours. The fact that there were amendments to what was provided 12 hours in advance means that we have to, as a body, waive that. And now what I'm going to propose, and would need unanimous consent on, I believe, on a voice vote, would be that we waive it retroactively. And so if there is a problem or an issue with this, then we would have to address it and stay here longer to do that. But I don't want that to deter anybody. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to waive Article 8 to allow this amendment to take place legally. There's such a motion from Alabama. Is there a second? Second by, was that Arkansas? Any discussion? The motion is to waive the 12-hour requirement under Article 8. Do you believe that satisfies? It believes is satisfied by the member who brought it to my attention. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion to waive the 12-hour requirement say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Yes, sir. You want to
Everyone, just for the benefit of all members, when we have amendments to the bylaws and constitutional bylaws, let's have a copy for everybody. So everybody can have a copy, but we don't have to share it. I think that's just a basic thing.
That was an oversight by the board, and
thank you.
It wasn't done on any malice. Oh no, I appreciate it. No worries. Yes. Well, we're in the process of resolving that, and that was my next thing before we adjourn this year. We're in the process of resolving the record keeper. It's the record. Both record keepers would like to be recognized through the body, making a requirement for us to submit to both record keepers. As of right now, the contract is being written up. It's not completely done. We can go to the body right now for discussion, but we're in the process of. They both want to participate and be considered the record keeper. Yes. Correct. Yeah, the other one, Fight Facts, will still have to support Fight Facts and get the Fight Faxes, and we'll have to provide the results to BoxRec. We're going to have 2 official record keepers at this point. Yeah, no. Suspensions are going to be provided through Fight Facts on the new website, and then you're also going to send everything to BoxRec as well.
We won't have to clear suspensions through BoxRec.
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead. The suspensions will be going through BoxRec and Fight Facts. Yes.
But we'll clear them through Fight Facts, right?
You're going to have to send them to both. Correct. Yeah, and a lot of people do it already. A lot of people do it already. Jim, you have a question? As of right now, we're looking. They both want to be utilized to be the record keeper of the ABC's records presently. So what we need to do is we need to determine if you guys want to move forward and allow both of them to be the record keepers. Okay. Explain it.
Joe, you help me explain it a little bit. Joe's the attorney. I'm just trying to explain this draft language that we were going to bring to the membership after we got it written, but we didn't have it quite finished. But basically, we all use both these systems. If anybody in here that isn't using both these systems, I would recommend you do so. We came up with the committee. It was the committee was Bob Bennett and Greg and where's Matt from Minnesota? Matt and Adam and I think David was on there for a while, wasn't he? But anyway, we did an RFP and we required the following specifications. I think the membership should know what we asked for. We asked for all data submitted to be stored reliably, securely, and then placed in a backup server using state-of-the-art techniques. Fighter records in each registry shall be available online to the commissions, including fighter records, medical suspensions, admin suspensions, red flags, and federal ID numbers with expiration dates. Ability to search full event results, ability to enter fighter info, create ID numbers, and print the card if needed. Reporting functions, ability to query reports, ability for a promoter to enter information like the MMA database does now. The boxing severity index should be signified on the ABC side only for each fighter. The records of opponents' fault should be available on the system, and suspension list that is searchable by query of other commissions shall be free of charge. And then we added this language here in the back. Yeah, you want to go over this part?
So the additional terms of the agreement would be that all data which has been submitted or is being submitted by the commissions is the property of the ABC. Both Fight Facts and BoxRec would be each considered an official boxing registry of the ABC during the pendency of the agreement, and there would be a dispute resolution process for any discrepancies between Fight Facts and BoxRec. And so what we've been doing over the last couple days is trying to work out an agreement in a way for the period of this agreement to recognize both of the vendors as an official record keeper of the ABC.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so like right now, to get a federal ID number, we send it to FightFacts. BoxRecs had it where we could go in there and basically get the ID number right away. So now when we need to get a federal ID number, do we go into BoxRecs and get the federal ID number and then send it to FightFacts, or do we do what we've been doing by emailing FightFacts all the information?
What is being proposed right now and is not completely worked out, and that's why we're trying to work this out in executive fashion, because we just don't have it prepared for the body to vote on, and we don't want to make everybody hang around for an extra day. So what we have right now is that federal ID numbers shall be issued by FightFacts, and the number will be shared with BoxRec. That's fine. That's what we're talking about. More questions and discussions as we go forward. And I'm sorry, we got one back here first, and then we'll.
Well, both parties have FightFacts, where you can get the FightFacts from both parties? No. In other words, you have to have a fight. No. You're saying no?
No. The answer to that is no. You'd get FightFacts from FightFacts. From Ani. Yes, down here.
Not having to order the fight faxes, that we would be able to get on the website and find out their official record without having to pay for it. Is that no longer a requirement?
No, we're getting there. It was in the RFP. Just like
Okay, because I heard somebody say earlier we had to order fight faxes still. I was under the impression we weren't going to have to do that anymore.
Was the system ready to go tomorrow? No, right. I mean.
Okay, I was just making sure we didn't have to order them anymore, that we could get on and find out from FightFacts what their records were as commissioners.
Sure, no, and I think that's not just, I think that's essential.
Absolutely. I just want to make sure that's what we're getting and not what was explained earlier. That's what we do now, but that's not what we're going to do moving forward. That's what we do now, but having been on those phone calls, I know part of our agreement was that we would be able to go on and find out their records like we do on MMA right now.
So my understanding, and look, I don't know the way that it works in Kansas. So let me tell you the way the idea, I think, of moving forward is the way it works in Iowa is the promoter orders the fight faxes. We require our promoters to order the fight faxes. They pay Ani for the fight faxes. That is not going to change at this period of time. But you will have access to the official records without paying for it. That is my understanding as well, is that you will not, the commission will not have to pay for the records. But the idea is the promoters that pay for these things will have to continue paying for them. And look, the bottom line is we didn't get this deal done before we're trying to end the conference. As hard as I've been working on trying to get it done here, it's just not done yet. And so I think the hope is that we can do this in an executive session and not have to have the body take it all on. But go ahead. What do you got?
Procedurally, it's only procedural. May I suggest that you entertain, and I can't make a motion, entertain a motion to give that authority to the executive committee of the registry committee to proceed.
Or the registry committee. We do have a registry committee.
You good with that, Bob?
I think that would be probably a good motion unless folks really want to stick around a lot longer. And again, I don't want that to be seen as me trying to push people out who want to talk about this. I'm trying to gauge the feeling of the crowd here, and I see that there are some people that are interested in it and want to talk about it. But I can tell you that it's not ready to be completed at this point in time. So having said that, is there a motion to refer this back to the, what's it called, the Boxing Registry Committee for further consideration to be examined further?
No, it means you wait a couple hours.
You give that committee the authority to make the decision.
So let me write it out so we've got it correctly, so we've got it better stated here, because I think that's a... Adam, who's on that committee right now? Do you, or Andy's the chair.
Matt and Adam and Greg. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think the motion that should be entertained would be to consider giving the Boxing Registry Committee the authority from this body to resolve the issues regarding the boxing registry.
Greg?
We've been discussing this, and this has been difficult. Don't get me wrong. This is a touchy subject. There's a lot of personalities, and this is not something easy to be done. But today, when we finally were going back and forth and trying to gauge memberships and keep some friendships here, Boxrec is comfortable with the language. Andy from Fight Facts is comfortable with the language. I'm comfortable with the language if they're both comfortable with the language. You got two good groups.
And we use them both.
And we use them, but Andy, read what we're putting in, please. Just read it.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Wait a minute. Read what he just read? Are you talking about what he just read?
Okay, I can read that.
Oh, okay. I got you.
State and tribal athletic commissions are required to submit for Fight Facts records. Any compensation for these records must be approved by the ABC Boxing Registry Committee. Any dispute arising from this contract shall be adjudicated by the ABC Registry Committee. Fight Facts records will be utilized in court unless otherwise directed by the ABC President. All commissions shall submit results in the medical suspensions to Fight Facts and BoxRec. Federal ID numbers shall be issued by Fight Facts, and the numbers shall be shared with BoxRec.
I move that we adopt those as read. Todd, do you object? Hampshire second.
New Hampshire second?
This is fantastic.
So we're not going back to the committee then, or we just voting on these now? We have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the changes to the what was just read as requirements for the ABC to approve an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the two vendors. Yes.
I have a question about this resolution committee. Okay, I know that if there's Fight Facts has something different than BoxRecs, we go to the resolution committee. Can we also go to the resolution committee with these states that are not reporting stuff like they are federally mandated in a timely fashion? I'm surrounded by a few states that are not reporting stuff like they're supposed to, and I'm running into problems.
The answer is yes.
And they're going to handle it. Okay.
And just a point of clarification on this, at this time, Ani is not up and running on his system, so we will still have to order the Fight Facts for the time being. When his system gets up and going, then it'll essentially work the same way that MMA does, where the promoters will go into his system, enter everything. We can click on the person, see their Fight Facts there, and not have to order them anymore from Ani. That's the point of clarification.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. You can clap now. Mike, you want to come close out the...
I've learned a very big lesson. I've learned a pretty large lesson just now is we're going to do this on the first day. We're not going to do it on the last day. All right? All right, guys. Miss Lydia, come up here, please. Guys, I just got to tell you that I could not, the board of directors and the regional directors could not have done it for this lady here. She is a pit bull. She is unbelievable. And I even had to go so far as tell you, I asked her numerous times to come out to dinner while we were during the convention this year, and she didn't even come out to dinner. She went back to the room and got up next morning at 6 o'clock to continue. So, I can't tell you enough. If it wasn't for Lydia, guys, I thought this convention was great. I appreciate the support. If it wasn't for you guys showing up, we wouldn't have this convention. So I had to tell you, somebody asked me what could be better than this convention. I said, next convention, let's double the numbers. So I want everyone to come back to the ABC and get along and have fun. And now, like I said, I know for a fact that bylaw changes and important things are going to happen the first day, not the last day. We have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion by Frank, second it. Second by Woodruff. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you tonight at, Lydia, what time? 6 o'clock. Guys, we have Muhammad Ali's daughter speaking, and we have Jesse James Leha, and we have a couple other secret things going on. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for all your support. One second. I want to get a hold of it.